Good morning. I think it's live, baby. So welcome. We have just covered all of the news here. You got an interesting day ahead. You got a couple of good comments out of China, and they're willing to negotiate as long as we apologize or something like that. But other than that, you had retail sales came in a little bit hotter. You did not really get too big of a reaction, but now we're waiting for talks on Japan. And then in a couple hours after the bell, we will be hearing from Jerome Powell on the economy. So I'll just tell you right now, people already asked me, do you think Jerome Powell is going to move things today? I personally do not. I don't think he's in a position where he wants to surprise everything, but at the end of the day, he's one of the most important men on this planet in terms of his role. So we'll be watching, paying attention, but I think it'll be a good talk, and we should be left wanting more. But other than that, we got a morning ahead. We're going to get a couple of headlines. Again, the chip news from last night, NVIDIA and the exclusion. It even applied to AMD. I don't think a lot of people talked about that, but that's what we got here. And now we've gone over the headlines, and we have 4 minutes until the bell. So that being said, I have a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching UAL, Airbnb, Marriott, Budweiser, Tesla, Hertz, and NB, and then throw in GLD on there. Other than that, though, I think today it's either going to be a mix of either really fast or really slow, and I think our pivot points will be on the data, or the events. So we'll see where that leads us. Other than that, though, you got 4 minutes for questions, 4 minutes for plays, and I think I got 4 minutes to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna do that. But poster plays in the chat, baby. Let's get it popping.
Look, David. In the end, what matters is this.
Let's go.
And it matters what Amy Hood says.
You got a birthday?
Amy Hood is fantastic.
Oh no! Happy birthday.
And if Amy Hood says, Azur's a little slower, then this doesn't hold 380.
Right. Small
goes
caps
to 360.
are something that I
Give him some
ignore on a
propaganda.
regular
I'll be right
basis. I'm really concerned about what happens with NVIDIA. It's worth thousands of billions of dollars.
Just thinking about your 401k.
And I want to just point out, there's a great function on the Bloomberg, WGT. So any equity that you type into the Bloomberg, you can type WGT Go, and you'll see how heavily weighted it is on any of the indexes where it's a member. So on the S&P, NVIDIA is worth more than 6%. On the NASDAQ 100, it's worth almost 8%. On the composite, it's worth 10%, and it's even on the Dow Jones Industrial Average.
We don't talk about that.
And in the past, these might have been safety trades. In this environment, maybe not the case. Stick with us. Few minutes away, less than 5 to the opening bell. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Good. All righty. ASML CEO, tariffs have not changed the business conversations we have had with our customers. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. All right, Chattadonia. So we got about 2.5 minutes. Any questions, any plays? You let me know. I already told you what I'm going to be looking at, but again, I do think today has to do with pace. Remember, yesterday, even then, I had a call that's going to get washed. I had UVXY. I still don't think that's going to hit. Again, if we don't move big enough, I think the way you lose money this week is we don't go anywhere, or pretty much you make the final move on Friday or after earnings, and then by that point, you might either need time or you just wait. But we'll see what today brings. Again, that Japan trade deal I do think will be important. Or again, maybe it's a lack of a trade deal. Other than that, Jerome Powell. So get ready for it, baby. But you got 1 minute. Any other pressing questions? Now would be your time. Other than that, we get ready to vibe, and that's it. No market on Friday. You're right. I keep forgetting. Yeah, the market is closed on Friday. So technically, we're already running out of time. Oh, no. All right. Yeah, I don't think those are going to... I think a lot of things are going to get slashed at open. Because this move, again, the irony is that the news was from Monday, the NVIDIA stuff. So that's weighing on it. And again, retail sales, that was one of 3 events today. It didn't really do anything. So keep that in mind. But get ready. We have 1 minute now until the bell. How do you know when it's time to cut losses? I mean, usually if I'm playing a play that isn't a daily or like a 2-day play, I usually cut losses by going small. That way my stop loss is my entry, because I don't like cutting them. But lately, if I am playing these short terms, the moment what I see doesn't materialize, I'm just cutting out and leaving. I've been doing that a couple times. I mean, the other day I took a 10% loss. I did decide to hold one of my calls. I shouldn't have. We talked about it last night. I think the mistake I made was I was trying to front run. I think I was trying to get a little bit too ahead of the Japan trade deal, and I just don't think this is a market that rewards you for being that early. So, yeah, I think, you got to scalp it, wait till you get the actual news, and that'll be better. But other than that, if it is on a short-term play, I would be sensitive towards holding it. If it is a play with like earnings and you have more time, I just would go small with it, and that way you could have flexibility and you don't have to really worry about cutting it, because several times I've watched plays go down 90% and then go green. Round one. Fight. All righty. So 1% down on the NASDAQ in SPY to open up. So not bad. Let's see where any of those other plays went. Oh, the Tesla's hit, actually. So you're going to lose a little bit on the calls. The UVXYs went up, but you're going to lose more on the puts or the call. But honestly, not bad. What an ugly cow. All right, honestly, you could cut those calls. They're down, but there's actually still a little bit of value. Maybe we'll give it a second, but I think those are just going to get washed. All right, I cut the call for a loss, 70% down. So you at least got your 30. The UVXYs are up, but you need those to juice a little bit more. Huge candle on NVIDIA. Watch UAL. I really like that. Again, the travel ones. We need to see if people are actually going to like take that positively. Oh, shit. What the hell? Bro, UAL just sold off 6% of that? Whoa. Dude. Okay, those calls. I sold out of them, but they're actually kind of getting activity. I think that's very interesting. So watch out for that. We'll go start getting a read on the prices. NVIDIA Sync 7. Tesla pop. The Teslas are still up, but they just lost 30%. They were up 40. Now they're only up 15 now. So, yeah, those are just moving around. Again, the VIXs are up, just not as much. We are kind of in the chill range for a little bit. You're still holding up. All right, give me 1 second. Bro, that's crazy. All of the UALs are dead. So I kind of like UAL if it keeps going, but, dude, this is crazy, actually. Bro, every UAL, even in the money, is negative. The ones with a little bit of time, they went up, but, yeah, that's very odd. Not really. It just everything was a scam. Well, that thing moved 10%, fell out the money, but literally calls and puts are clapped. Okay, then there's a SPY. SPY climbed up a little bit. Okay, then there's Tesla. Who was the other one for earnings? There was IBKR and one more. Oh, ASML. Let's see. Yeah, ASML, they're slipping. UAL's going up. I think UAL could be an interesting one because the premiums are washed, but that's the part I don't like. They're already climbing. I'd watch UAL if you really have the risk for it. It's just weird. The dual guy. It was working. That cash open was wild. So look, bro, UAO was up 10%, 8%, and then we just opened up, and then it sold off like 3/4 of that, and now it's coming back up. I said, watch it. I put out a stream alert. I just said, weird chain. It's either going to have a huge post-earnings continuation or it's going to be a complete dud. Because, again, those premiums are very, very odd. So now it's starting to adjust already where some of the near the monies are going up now. Okay, SPY still holding up. Again, those calls that I took for a loss kind of went up a little bit. So just be on lookout if we actually kind of melt up. Other than that, though, you're still holding the gap. The NASDAQ dropped another like 0.5%. You're down 1.7 on the NASI, 1.1 or now just below 1% on the SPY. Tesla's went up. IWM, XLE, and energy. Tesla's just chilling. The puts are coming up, even though it's not moving. Win on the high. Netflix is not moving, which is good considering that 7% move yesterday. And then where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA is still down 5. Again, AMD, they were mentioned. That's it. We gapped down because of the chip news yesterday. And then the mineral stuff. And then I even think agriculture, but that's not talked about too much. All right. SPY coming down a little bit. Never mind. So we're playing this little level again. If you guys remember, like I was telling you, you are above, actually you're below 5,400. But it's either, I think we either go to the 53s or we go to the 55s. 5,400 is a very awkward one. And then again, 5447, this is just that weird price. Or that weird line it hasn't gone above. SPY still holding. Whirlpool is up. Again, watch those airlines and then watch travel. Airbnb, Marriott, they're actually all moving the same, but they haven't gotten lift yet. And speaking of lift, yeah, they bought somebody. They're down. Dollar down. Yeah. And dude, NASDAQ was just down almost 2%. It's climbing up a little bit. And there's your Paparoonie. Little one. It's all very small still. So again, today I would say is a little bigger than some of the other days we dealt with, but hopefully you guys are seeing the difference. Disney down. All right, you're working up. Call premiums went up a little bit. Out the monies are lagging. Near the money's working. All right, you're going. High ticker is very active. Banks, I'd keep an eye out for those too. Remember, we started here with bank earnings. I'm trying to go through a chain right now. Give me a sec. Yeah, they won't film me. Oh, dice. Tesla. That's what happened last time. That one time I wanted to straddle. Remember, Tesla didn't move, so I took it this time, but it's getting wrecked. Just the calls. The calls were cheaper, and the puts are still up, but just not moving a lot. Even the UVXY, those came down, but I'm going to still ride those out a little bit. Those wanted to move. Where is the VIX? VIX above 30. Still very small, though. Again, everything, NASDAQ 1.6, SPY at 0.8, but like look at the Dow and the Russell. We're only talking 0.3. Again, even the VIX 1.8. Okay, climbing up a little bit. Still, though, near the money. It's still near the money versus out the money type day. AKA, those are the ones moving. MSTR, there's Tessie. Tesla. AMD, they're going up. Again, they were part of it. So like I was saying, everybody was mentioning how NVIDIA filed the filing saying that they had the license stuff, but AMD also had the same exact thing. Coca-Cola. Bonds are down too. I feel like I haven't heard much about that today. DHR is on the high too. They're up 2.8. TSM trying to climb. Again, ASML had earnings. They're down. And then UAL, 2 candles, $1.50. Yeah, the Japanese stocks are hard to play. That was what I was saying on the watch list yesterday. Like, you could use Toyota, but like even EWJ, they're all very illiquid. I mean, there's just really no highly liquid, easy play to make in that sense. Airbnb's climbing. Watch Marriott and then Hilton. Because again, airlines were good. They were one of those you would think. I mean, there was data that showed European travel going down and other travel dropping, but I mean, if the airlines have good guidance, I mean, that's not as bad as you would think. But I would still give that a little bit of time. Okay, the VIXs are holding. Tesla plays are very weird in terms of premium, or just cucking. But yeah, I think that one's fascinating. Actually, no, Tesla's coming back now. Blah. Yeah, the earnings, none have been as bad as the fear. But then again, it's still mad early. You've only really heard from the banks. But that was a good sign from UAL. They pulled out the double guidance, but, you know, right now people are already braced for impact, a.k.a. analysts they have already lowered their profit outlooks by a large amount. Yeah, gold is still up, but it's sold off. There's a couple of plays. There's MP. What's the other one? NB, and then another one. Again, NB, this one was related to the material thing. Even TMC's climbing. Oh, no way. Are we waiting on Netflix? You're waiting on all of them. I think this earnings season is going to be very interesting. It's going to, just because analysts are already one way, we've moved a ton already, and then now last earnings, we even ignored it. I don't know if you guys remember, last earnings season, right as the big earnings were coming out, you started getting mad trade volatility. So then everybody stopped paying attention to earnings, and then now all of a sudden, at the back end of the trade volatility, you're about to start earnings. On vacation? Caught my new Forerunner. Let's go, baby. I'd love to hear it, man. Good work, and you deserve it. Let's go. And way to turn it into a real-life trophy. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. Amen. Woo! Yes, Arsky. Indeed. Amen. Post-purchase clarity. What are your thoughts on China flooding TikTok, showing their factory and how cheap they are? I think it's hilarious. I think it's good. I think it's another wave of Americans finding out that items are manufactured in other countries. I laughed because I tweeted about it. I said, wait till Americans find out that the restaurants are charging more for the food. Just wait. Just watch. They're going to go into the kitchen and be like, this steak only costs $10. By the time they're done cooking it and put it on your plate, they charge you $90. Oh, my goodness. But then I was thinking about it because I'm like, wait a minute. So the plan is to show all of these items for very, very cheap and how they're made in China. But then I'm like, doesn't that support nationalism? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I know you're like, oh, look, it exposes them. But then I'm like, doesn't that just make you more of a nationalist? Because I bet you there's some 18-year-old in Tennessee, and he's going to be like, damn right, I'm never buying nothing now. Now I'm going to start working. I'm going to make my own Hermes. Exactly. So then, and doesn't that kind of make people more like want to make their own shit then and be like, well, wait a minute, we're getting scammed. But either way, I think it's good. I think it's a good thing. I think people are more informed, and I think it brings up some funny stuff. I know. Maybe one day they will find out, and maybe they'll address the child labor next. Whoa, Bank of Canada. Macklem needs to be less forward-looking. Overnight rate unchanged. Macklem decided to hold to get more info on tariff. We don't know what's coming next. Rate policy cannot resolve around trade uncertainty. Focus must be ensuring price stability. Macklem prepared to act decisively upon new info. Firms report suppliers raising prices in anticipation of tariffs. Press conference at 10:30. So pretty much Bank of Canada, they keep rates the same, and then a lot of bearish comments towards tariffs. Okay, UAL sold off, and now we're coming back down. This is interesting. The premiums are running. The VIX is up way more now. I'm actually kind of surprised. And then same with those Tessies. It's a slow day for sure, but you're already getting a little bit more. So just remember, the last couple days, we did not have a gap up or gap down. So we didn't start off, I guess Monday you kind of had a little gap up, and then it kind of slowed down. But either way, we're still going to have Powell here shortly. So do not lose heart, my friend. Watch values, staples, they've kind of been in their own little world as of late. Just, again, this slow week, you haven't really had a clear rotational winner. Hertz, again, Bill Ackman bought into them. Powell's going to be around, I think, 1:30 or 12:30 Eastern. So around 10:30 my time. ASML is more for their own earnings. So I don't know if it can affect Intel, but their 5% down is kind of more individual for them. BABA, big option volume, barcoding. Watch the other guys. Yeah, China's still down. Again, the comments on China were interesting this morning. It was a mix of both like negative and positive. The VIX is climbing now. It's not up a lot. Like it's only up 3%, but those UVXYs have doubled the gain now from the morning, which is kind of interesting. Again, you just had Bank of Canada news as well. They didn't do anything, but the reading read very hawkish for the Canada. Intel did find a new CEO, yeah. It's kind of weird. I feel like it's kind of the elephant in the room because they found a CEO. They found a CEO that people liked, and it was well received, but then just all this other drama started happening, and I don't know. I feel like we haven't heard much about it, but yeah, they do have a new CEO, Lip Bhutan, brought to you by Abivai. What? Oh, no, that's liposuction. Never mind. Macklem, if we find ourselves in a protracted trade war, we will see opposing forces on inflation. Okay, going lower. Let's see. Intelia. Yeah, those are already up. So individual stocks, like I'm looking at Apple and Tesla, those premiums are moving a little bit more than the SPY. But yeah, they're already up. And again, SPY moving around. UNH on the low. Kind of a flush. It's just not loading. Yeah, there it is. And then SPY moving around again. Bonds too. No real crazy action. You are still down. I mean, sadly, you're down 2%. I say sadly because it still feels like one of those slow days. But, I mean, you are moving a little bigger objectively compared to Monday and Tuesday. And then SPY still won. Dow and Russell almost doubled their loss there. Again, a couple minutes ago, it was only by 0.3. BTU, bonds. Again, UNH just took a $2 drop. I did see the Coachella stat, but then I heard the weird part about it. So 60% of Coachella, they used buy now, pay later. So that's the word on the street, is that everybody funded their Coachella with buy now, pay later. But then I heard a reseller. A reseller was saying how they use buy now, pay later to save on the scalping. So some of these credit cards or the services, if you use buy now, pay later, they give you points and like no interest. So scalpers buy up everything on buy now, pay later, and then they flip it. So I don't know how that factors in, but I heard that. Apple on the low. Okay, you just hit a new low on the SPY too. And oil going up. So 5334. So I really think at this point, is it 5327? No, I think it's just like 5300. Yeah, 5311. 5311 and then 5301. Maybe you'll get 5320, but I don't think so. It's either we bounce or you flush. Like I was saying, this is just a very weird point. Anywhere between like 52 to 5400 is just odd. Okay, Apple puts just skyrocketed. Seemingly out of nowhere. And they're still going down. Gold on the high. Actually, watch out for this, guys, because hold on. Where are the other safe havens? Okay, yen is up, but not that much. And then the Swiss franc is up. But what if pretty much, long story short, if gold stays up 2% and then the Swiss franc runs up over like 1.5%, same thing with the yen, then that would be more of a fear reaction. Otherwise, I just still think we're in la land. But now you are moving a little slower. But yeah, that's kind of odd. Gold is up 2.5%. The safe havens are kind of moving, but they're not like, oh my gosh, we're panicked. But they are kind of in that position. CCJ, uranium moving up. Remember, you had that other chip probe stuff. And then SPY still going lower. Okay, the VIX is even climbing too. It's very slow. So I'm saying even the VIX is only 5%. So we're still in that mode where even a 2% day, even though the volatility has calmed down 2%, still does not feel that dramatic. Do you guys remember when we went like a huge record of like many days without 2% moves? So 5326, this could be a baby level, but I think 5311, that'll be it. Then 5301. And then again, if you do get a bounce, I think a bounce could be good because the next level is still like 100 points higher. So just watch out for that, though. But we are working our way down. Still a little gradual, but a little bit quicker than the last couple of days. No, you ain't got no other data. You got oil stuff. That's about it. Oh, yeah, wait, no, you'll get business inventories and housing market in about 7 minutes, but generally, yeah, next thing is going to be Powell. Actually, a 20-year bond auction ahead of Powell. So factor that into the whole bond theories, but you still going a little lower. The VIX is slowing down. So now they're just, I've been calling these out all day. Here, the VIX was climbing, but here now, they're widening the spread, lowering the bid on the VIX. And then a couple of individuals, those apples took off. Apple puts went crazy. Tesla's starting to pick up as well. Individuals are willing to move on this, but again, I haven't really looked at the SPY because I've been looking at the VIX. The VIX ask is going up, but they're widening spreads right now. Again, 5:30. Let's see. Again, 53.11. Be on the lookout for that. You're 10 points away. 5319. So any baby level you've kind of already ripped through. I like the UAL, but it is I can't believe it's given up 8% like that. Brent crude futures rise more than $1 a barrel. Okay, still going lower. There's a lot of plays. Like, go look at your option chain. If you look at a play, if it hasn't traded, just go look at the last trade and then the price that it's going for. Some of these already got slashed. Okay, bonds are trying to move too. I haven't really seen a guide like UAL before, no. I want to say I have, but I really haven't. Then the VIXs are going up now. The bid got a little bit higher, but again, we lost more on the calls. So I played it good, but it just, the sizing didn't work out. All right, a little bit of the bond reaction. I just watched the premiums and then watch individuals like Tesla. That one stopped moving up as much, and then gold still climbed. Look, Tesla hasn't even moved. What is this? All right, give it 4 minutes. I'll give you a checkup because this is very interesting here. Because now you have 2%. I think it's all in the NVIDIA. Because you literally have 2% down on the NASI, 1.4 on the SPY. Now you're picking up the other ones, but dude, there's a lot of like pin. Not everything is moving like this. Okay, now there's a 1 penny spread on the UVXY. That's crazy. These guys, man. Okay, I sold my Tesla. I sold the put. I'm going to hold the call. That one's down, but that straddle didn't work. So I'm taking the gain because I don't want that put to go negative. You're thinking of selling the long term? Do I think it's a dumb idea? I think you should just give it to me. That's it. Just give it to me and then come talk to me in a year. And then maybe I'll give it back to you. I don't know. No, seriously. You know why? You know what I was thinking about the other day? Because I was actually setting up the game for Thursday, Friday. And I was like, okay, how are we going to do it? And I was like, oh, maybe instead of paying you guys PayPal, I was like, why don't I just send you guys Bitcoin, right? And then I go and I look at that little Solana wallet I made you guys. Because remember that one guy sent me that like $200 in that one shitcoin? And I looked at it and that shitcoin is now worth $20. So I was thinking about it. I'm like, damn, if I just took it and sold it when he gave it to me, and then just held it there for him, took my 10%, and then sent him back the rest, we would have still 10x'd our investment. But yeah, so if you really want to, just send me your long term, and then I'll send it back to you in a year, because you might be the biggest risk to your equities right now. I'm still up a 20 piece, I know. I know, but I was looking at it, man. What if we just took it? I could have took it for you. You could have held. I took it, and then I had it there waiting, and then you would have got it. KKR said to explore $10 billion sale of Atlantic Aviation. NVIDIA, yeah, I got NVIDIA and Tesla. And the SPY. I mean, those VIXs are climbing, and then, let's see. How would you short the housing market? I would short bonds, pretty much. Otherwise, it's kind of difficult to do it. But because right now it's kind of weird with even bonds. But back in the day, I was telling you guys the whole time, I was like, if you really don't believe in it, you should just whoop. Oh, Alexander. Okay, home business or business inventories 0.2 versus 0.2. Retail inventories excluding autos 0.1 versus 0.1 in line. Low ticker is pretty active. Bull, Weeble on the high again. SPY just hit another low again. Bonds been climbing there. Might be closing on my first home. Any good concessions to ask for? I mean, it depends how far along you are in the process. But if you're still like in escrow and all of that, I mean, just basic repairs, or you could ask them if they're willing to cover stuff. But if you're already about to close and then start asking for concessions, that don't blow up a deal. The crazy stat, if you missed out on one of the 10 best days in the market, you missed out on like half the gains. Yeah, something like that. Okay, bonds are really catching a bid now. Again, you just had some data. SPY not moving as much, or at the very least, long end TLT is moving a little bit more. Okay, still lower. Some of the premiums are lagging, though. So, again, you had more gains on this drop than this one, at least on the VIX and some of the near-the-money puts. And then we have what? We have Powell in 2 hours, 3 hours? You signed a buy contract, but you're chickening out. I don't think I'm ready financially. I'm laughing because it's very hard. Believe me, I understand buying your first house, man. It's very emotional, and it's not easy. And then you see that payment, and you're like, what the fuck? So I feel, send me the address, because if it's a good deal on the house, I wouldn't stress. If it's a bad deal on the house, then yeah, maybe your hesitation might be helping you out, but that's the thing. If it's like actually a good deal and there's good equity, I really would not be worried about it. Other than that, though, if it is like a higher priced home and needs a lot of work and it's not, it's not really like clear cut good value, then yeah. Okay, you're still kind of holding. Last 5 minutes is hugging the low. I mean, where is this? 5314. So 5311, that was my level of the day. And I think you either flush it or go. Why is the euro moving? And all the European currencies, actually. Whoa. Canada had a big move off of their rate. All the currencies are moving. Something's up. It's very gradual. I don't know if it's the Canada rate decision, but, dude, every currency is moving right now, and the dollar's down. I think real estate in Texas is great, just high property tax. And, I mean, too, like Austin has already came back down. So I wouldn't Texas isn't the place you want to play the overbidding game. Okay, they just dropped bid on VIX. Yeah, gold is up too. That's what I was saying earlier. with gold up this much, if you notice safe haven currencies start to do that, like if you start watching the Swiss franc go 1.5 or higher alongside the yen, there might be something brewing. But yeah, that gold move that's not small. And it's at the high. For cash flow, yeah, they do, but there's high taxes in Texas. I just think good property. All property, though, just make sure, even when I told the other homie, just make sure you're getting a deal. That's what I really care about in this market right now, is just making sure that there's a good, not overpaying and getting utility. $180 on a flip or $1,600 in monthly rental. All depends, but I would opt for the flip usually, unless it's like a killer house, and I'm like, yeah, you just locked in a good deal. Like those Ohio houses, I bought a couple of these Ohio houses, and they kind of did that. The equity rocketed, and the cash flow is not good, but then I was like, that house, I don't think they'll ever go down. And I was like, I just made all my money on the buy. I might as well hold that for another decade and then get the cash flow and let it just pay for itself and then deal with it later. I don't know why energy is up. Oh, no, I do. It's on China. There's some of the China willing to negotiate. That hooked up energy. But right now, other currencies are moving. We spent 5 minutes at the low, 3 points higher than the level I told you to watch for, and now we're moving back up. So we'll see, though. Tesla, yeah, they got a nice pop. That's actually a decent pop on Tesla, so I'm glad I got rid of that put. The VIXs just got slashed. They just took the bids out. So the ask is still high on the VIX, but now the bids have gone. What about Miami? No. I told you this one yesterday. Miami's not good for cash flow. No, Habibi. So what you should do, because we've already had this talk, Mr. Capital, I would just start hunting for off-market properties. That's where you're going to find it. And then send me an address, and then we could talk more specifically rather than like broadly. Okay, you're right up there. That Tesla pop was interesting. Where's app? Redfin recently sold door knock around there. Amen. Or I'll give you the easy one. I think some of you never realize this. You should go on Craigslist, go to rentals, find the ones that don't look like a corporation, that doesn't look like a company. Call them and say, hey, are you down to just sell this house? Say, I want to rent it, but I actually would rather buy it. Are you open to that? Ta-da! Okay, bonds down a little bit. Scheinbaum has sent diplomatic memo to U.S. about security collaboration at the border. You stopped getting long-term alerts in December. Did I make them a paid feature? Yes and no. So if you're already on the long-term alerts, nothing should have changed. I just haven't sent one out in like 3 months. I haven't bought anything. But the long-term alerts are no longer free. No. We have a temporary pause on them. You could pay if you want to sign up, but for now they are not free. You've been doing that. They just say no. Good. Keep trying. And welcome to real estate, my friend. Iran Foreign Ministry on X compares venues of the Iran nuclear talks to a goalpost in soccer match. Says changing it is a professional error. I don't know much about Canada real estate. I just know it's high. New U.S. sanctions target oil tankers, Treasury website. You want to buy acre? I would not buy an acre. I would not. Are you the veteran? I don't know if I'm remembering, but especially if you're a veteran, please don't buy land without, like, I'm telling you, buy a structure. But I would be very careful of buying land and trying to just stick anything on it and live there without planning for it. Like, really, really plan it. But I don't really like land like that. I think a lot of you are going to get value and make money and make a good investment if it has a structure. Because I don't want you to buy something that could turn into, liquidity where you can't sell it. And then again, depending on where you're at, if you run into issues where you can't even utilize it, that's a problem. A structure, what do you mean? Exactly what it means, a structure. Don't just buy land with nothing on it. You want land with a structure on it, a house, a shed, I don't know, anything, but some sort of building on the land that is approved. A domicile. Yeah. Ron Bagay says changing the goalpost can jeopardize any beginning. I don't know how many in the S&P. Let's check. 710. So SPY's working its way up. You're right below VWAP. Dow Jones 8 green, 22 red, with Microsoft, Nvidia the worst. So tech. NASDAQ 13 green, 88 in the red. Ugh. And then SPY 160 green, 340 in the red. So SPY's actually doing the best in terms of like composition. And then tech is weighing heavily though. I think all across all the indexes. Again, Nvidia and that chip news is not good. You don't get the LT alerts anymore. What happened? What happened is that somebody just asked this question and I answered it and then you heard it and then you didn't really listen. So then you asked it again, trying to get clarity on it. So that's exactly what just happened with your alerts. Okay, here, I'll do this for you guys all. Ready? Okay, so if you signed up for long-term alerts, check your phone right now. Okay? So there you go. I just sent one. You should have got it. If you didn't get it, your alerts don't work. I made an alert about the alerts. Waiting. Wait, I got nothing too. What the heck? Oh? Yeah, I didn't get it yet. There it is. Yeah, there's just so many. I think that one's a fat list. Nice. All right, there you go. Yeah. And then do you know why I put Jesus is king? Because I wanted people to get offended and then unsign themselves up from the list. And now if you want to get back on, you have to pay for it. So, yeah, Jesus is king. Amen. Amen. But, yeah, so that was a good test. Otherwise, if you didn't get that one, then there you go. It worked. Yeah, son. Oh, what's up? Yep. Perfect. Perfect. No, that's a different one. That's the long-term ones. So if you didn't receive one, then you got to set it up. Are vets free? I mean, I think the reality is that it was free for everybody for 5 years. True or false? So why didn't you utilize it prior when the opportunity was available? You know what I'm saying? Same thing with everything on this channel, from the watch list down to all of it. So why is the, just if you didn't take advantage of it earlier, I wouldn't be like surprised right now. It should actually be a net, doesn't really affect you. Yeah, so if you guys are new, you just welcome to being new. But yeah, there's a nice extensive history of all of it. You could blame the people ahead of you who did not utilize the opportunity. Would a Japan deal outweigh the NVIDIA news? I think so. That's the thing. Japan will literally be the first country. You know that the first like major nation, not like Cambodia, not Vietnam. This is like a major trading partner that if this ends up going through, this will be very informational. We'll get a lot of info and it could be very telling. Spotify down detector still? Dude, that was down in the morning. Japan, we don't know what it's going to be, but we're going to hear from it today. So Japan is here. We're going to find out what him and Bessent talked about, but essentially we're going to find out what sort of deal and what they have agreed upon and what we can expect moving forward. Powell could be a very big event for the market, yeah. I mean, everyone's just going to listen, but I'm not expecting him to say anything. But at the end of the day, I mean, just anytime Powell's important, but now especially after some of the, biggest historic volatility, I would definitely be locked in. Oil is, again, if you guys aren't understanding too, oil is off of China. So this like kind of good news or idea of like, a better trade deal, that's what's kind of moving this here. For years, a brother from another. What up, baby? Brandon and the Peach. Wow. God bless you, baby. Good morning. Good morning. MPS. So did TMC. That play did good, actually, even with the ghetto spread. I was very happy with that. The VIXs aren't climbing up the same way, though, on the premiums. So even though you're back to the low, the VIXs were up 100%. Now they're up only like 30, 40. All right, man. Are you ready? You still have like 2 hours till Powell, I think. Yeah, you got like 2 hours, 45 minutes. So it's going to be a while. I think everyone is waiting. I mean, the retail sales weren't that big. It could have been, but I mean, it's so funny how quickly, we went from a market that like all we cared about was data to now, every data set has really just been dependent upon how people feel. But yeah, we're not, retail sales didn't cause much, and now we got to Pretty much holding pattern anticipation until Powell and until we hear about this trade deal. LEU. I like Apple, but those plays already moved. And then the Tesla Tesla sucks for straddles. Remember that last one? I did one like 2 weeks ago, got out of it early, and I was like, yeah, that didn't hit. I tried it. That one fucked up today. Calls are still down. I already realized the puts, but I don't think it's going to move like that. You're tempted to go for Foot Locker, but staying disciplined. Well, the best way to should you act on the temptation or not? Let your cash balance and portfolio speak to you. Because if you're really tempted to buy right now and you don't have a lot of cash, I think that's being foolish. I don't think that's showing discipline. But if you're like, wow, this stock's down 70%, I really want this, and I have 80% cash, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to nibble a little. But if you really want to have the discipline or not, I think following that will really communicate to you. Oil names are going up. Conoco on the high, and then now Broadcom and TSM. Both of those are still red on the day, but they're moving up. Oh, pizza. I don't know, but they sell pizza. Oh, did they come down? Yeah. Fuck, dude. Ooh, dude. What? I need to check their dividend payout because they also have the buyout. But, yeah. Remember, I brought this up randomly at the beginning of the year because I heard some people talking about it, and I looked into it, and I was like, it's not that bad. But then again, I haven't had Papa John's in decades, to be honest. This is like a deep value. Should we call them? You're wise beyond your yes. Thank your parents that raised you well. Hey, God bless you. Hey, man, that's funny, bro. I actually did thank my parents this morning. You know that? I told my dad. I told my dad this morning. I was like, man, thank you for everything. You know that? And I was just very grateful for everything my father has shown me in life. Same with my mom, but she's still sleeping. Because my dad texted me, and then I keep having dreams of my dad. Not like bad dreams, but like good dreams, bro. Every night I go to bed, bro, I see my dad in my dream. It's the weirdest thing ever. And every time I'm just like, oh, that's the homie. So, yeah, but that's why I even texted him that because I was like, man, I appreciate you, big dog. God bless. Okay, back to looking into pizza. Yeah, that reminded me. So thank you. See, ratio analysis. Bradley Frizzle at the page. Oh, I appreciate that too, baby. Oh, Arnold. Wow. You had Braden in the peach. Now it's Bradley Frizzle in the page. Oh my goodness, Peach Nation, get your ass up, baby. Let's go. Thank you, my friend. I have had my dad on stream, yeah. Wait, let me see. Hold on, I need to find the, I'm looking at pizza right now. Hold on. Dividend payout. Yeah! Yeah, bro. What the fuck? No. Yeah, pizza looks great, actually. Even though I haven't been to Papa John's. But, dude, their payout ratio is only 72. I say only because a lot of companies aren't that good. So that means 72% of their profits pay out dividends. So you might be like, why is that a good thing? Let me give you another example. Oh, Targets is a little better. Targets at 50. Who was the one that I wanted, but I was like, no way. No, yeah, I think it's UPS. Yeah, UPS is 96.4. So literally 96% of UPS's profits go towards the dividend. So the higher that number goes, the more likely they're going to cut the ratio. Same with like Pfizer and some of the other ones we like. That's what kind of sucks. So that's what I'm saying. Even though 50 or 70 is kind of high, for most of these value names that are down like 60% and then trading lower, it's very that's good that it's not positive or above 100, because there's a couple of names that are higher up there. MO's is actually pretty high, believe it or not. Where is it? MO is 61%. But let me put it this way. This number moves a lot. That's the thing that people don't get. I have a quarterly metric, so I could pull it up quarter by quarter. So this changes. And then SPY's ripping right now. No headlines, honestly. You just did that little low. You bounced. Now you're above VWAP. They just killed some of the premiums. Sadly, though, that's going to wash the VIX. So, yeah, but are you ready for this? When did we buy MO? Nah, the payout ratio is still low. But, like right now, MO's payout ratio is at 61%. But in March of 2023, it was at 119. And then June, it was at 98. December 2022, it was at 115. So what am I trying to tell you? That's very interesting. Yeah. Because that means sometimes these companies, when they go through a period of rocky road, not the ice cream, but, things don't do as good, they make less money, they spend more, that payout ratio goes up. So at one point when Altria was struggling, so again, during like March 2023 and then 2022, their payout ratio was over 100%. So in this period right here, Altria was paying out more than they made in profit to pay their dividend. And then now, fast forward to today, the stock doubles almost. They're only paying half of their profits. So what does that mean? It either means they started saving money or they made more money. Are you following? Because at one point, 2 years ago, they're paying all of their profits out to the dividends, to the shareholders. But then, all of a sudden, now only half of their profits are there. They either saved a lot of money or they made more money, and that way they're able to pay out the divvy. But now it makes up a smaller portion of their profits. Doesn't matter about loans. Again, dividend payout is a percentage of profits. So this is just straight up off of, again, like net income. I don't know. I thought Whirlpool was higher. I don't even think Whirlpool has a payout ratio. I think it's negative. Yeah, I don't have a payout ratio on Whirlpool for at least this last quarter. The latest one was 69, but I show a NA value because I think they had something interesting, or they've halted something. I'm looking it up on non-publicly accessible data. So only I could do this with this degree of accuracy. That's why I have a special program that does it. It's based off of last 12 months. So, and then based off what they reported on the quarter. But long story short, I'm surprised Pizza's payout ratio is that low. Who was the other one I wanted? There was another one. I think Target's payout ratio wasn't that bad. I think it was Pfizer had the shitty one. Pfizer and UPS payout ratios scared me. U.S. crude inventories, 515,000, estimate 715. Yeah, Pfizer right now is at 120. Last quarter, Pfizer was at 220. So right now, Pfizer is paying 120% of their profits to dividends. So that's why it might get cut. That's the whole, law. I've showed you guys this back in the day. I would tell you guys this on some of them because if you are going to establish a new dividend position, you want to make sure that payout, how sustainable is that dividend going to be? So, Pfizer is flashing red right now because Pfizer is just telling you they're spending more money than they make just to uphold the dividend. That's what happened with MPW, and then they cut. Who else? There was one more. I did this all last 2 weeks ago. I was looking at them all. And one of them I was surprised, but Target's at 50. Whirlpool just didn't show up. But yeah, I'm surprised Pizza was in the 60s, man. I like Pizza, though. I'm kind of surprised. I'm actually really shocked on Pizza, bro. What the hell? Okay, SPY, you just had that little bounce. Pfizer would be, actually, no. Pfizer is bad to invest in. So based on what I just shared with you, that dividend payout ratio is, MSTR? What the fuck is this? Oh, I thought it was a bigger candle, but yeah, MSTR is running up. But no, based on what I told you, Pfizer is actually one you want to avoid. Because that's saying that they're not making enough money, and if they're paying more than they make in dividends, chances are there's a better probability that they will be cutting their dividends soon, rather than not. So it's actually no. What's J-Box's ticker? Why did I forget Jack in the Box ticker? Jack? Really? I entered Jack. It didn't. Oh, there it is. I was like, wait, is it not Jack? They don't have a payout ratio. Last 3 quarters, I don't see it. It was previously at 30. So I don't know. I don't know if they cut it or if they're going through a change. That I don't know. When it doesn't show up, I have zero idea. It's because they reported a negative EPS. So anytime you report a negative EPS, you can't get a payout ratio because that means you didn't make any profits. $400 on gold. Let's go, baby. Way to post them. You posted them yesterday. I like it. Or Monday. Yeah. Anytime they have a negative EPS, you don't get... there's no payout ratio. Mm-hmm. 35 Papa John's. Well, calm yourself. All I did was just tell you it looked good, and then you bought it. So I'd make sure you ran through the other checks before you bought it. But yeah, good work. But yeah, I like it. I think it's very fascinating. I brought this one up at the beginning of the year. I brought it up in early January, and then it like chilled, and then it popped up out of nowhere on the buyout stuff, and then came back down. But moving on, let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless America, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Beliefs are not valued
Real Cult News on Twitter.
In the Harvard Sociology Department. That's not the way free speech works in a free society. And this is supposed to be done, the power of the purse, remember, by Congress. It is not the prerogative of the executive branch with 3 days notice, with no hearing, no judicial review, no transparent notification to Congress as mandated by statute, to simply indiscriminately start cutting off previously promised and committed funds because it has a disagreement over an issue with the university.
So, Larry, give us a sense of what, as a practical matter, this will mean if it continues through. You ran Harvard at one point. You know the budget. You know that $53 billion endowment there. What will it do to their operations?
Look, they'll have to make some very important strategic choices. I hope that the university will find ways, even if there is a cutoff for some interval of funds, to maintain vitally important programs, to not cut back research. But potentially, if the U.S. government goes to war with our great universities, it means a sharp reduction in the kind of scientific progress that has caused the United States to be the envy of the world and pull so far ahead of Europe and Japan. It means the end of efforts at cures to diseases like cancer and diabetes. Yeah. It means...
But we don't believe you, because when we tried to use our freedom of speech 4 years ago to question medical and science, everybody was punished. So fuck off, Larry Summers. Thank you. Okay. Hi, I'm back. Yeah, that's my stance. All right, you're moving around. We just had that little bounce. That just killed the premium, sadly. Should have taken the UVXY there, unless we get like a major Powell reaction or something from Japan. UPS has a dividend, yeah. The payout ratio is a little higher there. But I was just looking, again, we were looking at some other names there. Somebody brought it up. I thought I would give you a little lesson on it. Because, again, I'm still shopping. I'm still shopping for the long term, bro, and there's a lot of names that I like. And then we sent out the long-term test. Got to get rid of some people, too. So that was nice. But, yeah, I'm just waiting. I still got my cash. It's good, though, because now, look, we're halfway done with April, bro. You guys not realize that? We're almost, bro, guess what? We're almost halfway done with the year. Oh, that's the one. I think it was Estee Lauder. I think you found the one. Estee Lauder, yeah. They have a high payout ratio. Mm-hmm. So where is theirs? Yeah. Oh, fuck. So, yeah, their payout ratio, March 24 was 148. Then June 24 was 244. Then September 24 was 471. And then now they don't have a payout ratio because they recorded a net profit, a loss. So, yeah, Estee Lauder is pushing it heavy. Payout ratio is paying how much of their profits do they pay out in dividends. So if you have 100% payout ratio, that means you are paying 100% of your dividends or 100% of your profits are being paid out as dividends. So if you have 50%, that means half of your profits go to dividends. The other half is kept in the company as net profit. Musk shut down internal Tesla analysis that showed robo-taxi would lose money. Electric. Larry is tough to listen to. I mean, just don't forget all of the shit he said during transitory. You know, he had a good, he just used to work in the government, so people, like, listen to him. But, no, I actually think Larry Summers is terrible. Where is it? Watch. Super quiet. We're waiting, but you're kind of moving up. It's actually still just you're holding the chip decline that we had last night. And then UALCO says clear soft macro is driving both volatility, softer demand for travel. And then again, you just had that electric negative comments on there. The O dividend thing, they're a REIT, so it's a little different. That's why the payout ratios are, again, because they don't use like net profits. They use EBITDA. It's a little bit different. We'd have more move. Most of it was the gap down, but you've only had 1 out of 3 events, you guys. So it's 7:42 a.m. You have not heard from Powell, and you have not heard from Japan. So all you've gotten is inline retail sales and then all of the headlines from last night. Is O better than EPR? I just like O. I think O is a solid one. Boeing on the high. Yo, Boeing moving. 2 big candles. And then J.D. Vance and family to visit India in April. Hey, yo, Boeing. Yeah, that's weird. Keep eyes on that. There's a 1 cent play. I'm taking it. Fuck that. I'm keeping it cheap. But, yeah, Boeing's moving. 3 candles, no headline. It could be nothing. Maybe something related to India. But other than that, first little mover I've seen in a while. Okay, that's gone. No more 1 cent play. Okay, I made mine free. Yeah, again, keep it small. I only got 10 of them. Okay, you're moving up. Something. Again, latest headline, J.D. Vance to India, but Boeing, that hit 300%. Okay, that's our only one today. I mean, again, all I did was take profits today. Or actually took a loss and then took profits on one. But that was my only other play today, but that one hit. For now, I have no idea what it is. A couple of things moving. Look at the high ticker, MSTR, Intel, a couple of others moving. You signed up for stream alerts. Will it take effect immediately? So is that what it said when you signed up? Otherwise, I would cancel if you did not read and believe what it said when you signed up. Does that make sense? So every time you sign up, there's 2 videos to watch, and there's clear instructions, and then you fill out a form and you sign it. So if that did not answer your question or you missed that, you might want to cancel and wait if those instructions were not clear enough. Okay, Boeing. Those premiums just jacked up. No idea what it was. Again, even the stock, and then SPY getting a red. You got the 1 cent one too. Yeah, that's it. That's 300 to 400% on the ask. At least 100. Now 300% on the bid. Even with this stock doing this. Toyota just is hard, man. All the Japanese plays have zero liquidity. That's the difference. I was looking at Toyota this morning. Just you can't. I want to play it. I even want what is it? What's the other one? The bank, the Mitsubishi Bank, but they're all mad liquid. Robinhood doesn't let you see them? That's weird. I don't know. I've heard people say that, but I've seen 1 cent options on Robinhood. You just got to go quick enough. That's it. Like, and usually what happens is after the first move, they just disappeared them. So if you go look at the chain, earlier there was like right around here, you could have got 1 cent options. What do you guys notice now? They don't exist until you get to 200. That's why I take them. So they don't work all the time, and you'll get scammed. I lost on 2 of them this week, 1 cent options. But again, I'm only losing like $20, $10, and you're getting a large quantity. But at the end of the day, they exist. But after there's like a little volatility, they go away. Boeing. Dollar taking reds. Watch Swiss franc and yen. I really, even the euro, damn it, because that's even moving up. But I really, the Swiss franc chilled out. But I think that was fascinating. I do think currency land goes on and off, even as everyone's looking at the market today, and it seems like nothing's going on. I think currency land has a lot of action. HMC, Toyota, Mitsubishi. Every Japan play, so illiquid. I don't know how to describe it other than a liquidity. And then you come down to VWAP after that little pop. I'll check Honda. Yeah, they're all the same. Dude, I can't make this up. Every Japanese play. Every play with some sort of Japanese exposure, there's literally zero, like no bid on any of the options. Or it'll be like a 200% spread. Toyota, Honda, Mitsubishi Bank, EWJ, they're all like that. Yeah, Bitcoin. Remember we saw MSTR moving just a second ago? And now you guys are calling Bitcoin. You've sold your house in New Zealand and you're thinking of keeping the funds there until it gains a bit. Bad idea. I mean, I could answer that question, but I have to give you the first part. Hold on. Mexico. Shineboss says Mexico will not renew relationship with Ecuador as long as Noboa is president. Bitcoin vertical. Okay, more Bitcoin call-outs. A little bit. I don't think it's that aggressive. I think you guys are just getting excited. So, I will tell you this. This question for foreign currency people. But I have to tell you this first. I could answer a question on what to do with foreign money. And, my knowledge helps me out a lot. And I could help you out too. But this is what I've noticed with answering these questions, both friends in real life and people on the internet. You are either going to hate me or love me if I influence you on this. So do you really want to hear what I'm going to tell you? Because the sad reality with the currency swings in the last couple of years, what I am going to tell you is either going to save you a bunch of fucking money or you're going to do it at the wrong time and then you're going to miss out on a bunch of money. So don't blame me, blame Donald Trump and the other politicians. But unfortunately, that's kind of the situation that you're dealing with. Are you aware of that? Is that right now, euro, pound, dollar, everything, the kroner, everything has moved insane right now. The dollar just went from exceptionalist to fading, and you now have foreign currency, just like 2022. The people who moved their currencies, you got a nice gain. Or if you moved it over in the middle of the volatility and then it reverted back, you lost. So I think it's tough. I think right now it's good to be holding non-dollar assets with this whole trend, but eventually it's going to fade. So I think it depends on your timeline. None of this is a recommendation. I'd be down to hold non-dollars for a couple more months, but eventually I'm always going to go back to the dollar. But there is a period now where you got a little bit of strength, but you got to remember, if right now the euro and European currencies are all doing better than the dollar, it's because they're better right now. If you do not translate that and convert it while that still has that gap, then if it starts to close that gap, you might just be there, but in the middle. But the real risk is that it goes another 10, 20% from where it's at now. I.e. the dollar gets even weaker, or again, it reverts 10, 20% from what you think is going to happen, and now there's a big gap. So long story short, I think non-dollar for a couple months is acceptable, and then I would still kind of have a plan to move it towards the dollar if you operate in the dollar. So if you don't live in the United States and you don't live on the dollar, then this plan gets a little different. Hey, you're coming back up. And Boeing, bro. Play's still up 200%. I have no idea what that is. You think you want to tell me about a product indexing blockchains? I'm good, bro. Appreciate it, though. But I'm just not, this environment is so uncertain that I'm not really trying to, I don't want, risky shit. You know what I'm saying? I hope all of you can appreciate that to a degree. But I don't think, with all this uncertainty, if I'm not really willing to make a change right now. Yo, Tesla news. Tesla California registrations in Q1 down 15% from a year ago. Tesla California EV market share down to 43.9 in Q1 from 55.5 a year ago. So California registrations. Well, it sounds bad because it's a decline, but you mean to tell me 43% of all EVs in California are Teslas? It's crazy. But yeah. But like I'm saying, man, if even the long term right now, I would be taking all my money and trying to find the best house deal while everybody is freaking out. This is going to be your opportunity to walk away with metas, to walk away with cribs, whatever, like the good stuff. I don't think now's the time to give my money away to people working on crypto projects, to be honest. And again, this is coming from a guy who bought Bitcoin at $300, Ethereum at $8, and even then I got Trump coin and I still got a little bit of modern crypto hits. So I'm not just the old guy who bought it a long time ago. But just generally, I would be wise right now, and I would be much, much more hesitant towards any opportunity that is not like the highest quality possible. Oh, that didn't work. I'm trying to scam. Oh. No, I won't film him. The financials? Yeah, send it over. You disagree? I mean, of course you guys are going to disagree. I mean, I'm just saying, based on what I've seen in my life and the opportunities, I mean, even then, I made a fucking bag off crypto in the last quarter. Like, no exaggeration. I've made over 7 figures. So I see the opportunity. I know it's a scam. That's it. I'm just saying 95% of people are going to lose. You are not going to be in the 5% that wins. And if you do, it's because you had to be very, very, very early on a lot of them. But, yeah, it's just straight up like, I don't think this is the environment where you take big risk when you're watching high quality stuff come down a lot. And if look at people are uncertain right now. You know what I'm saying? This is a great opportunity. Like I even showed last night. If analysts don't even know what's up, like this, everything's up for grabs right now. Make no mistake. Do you hear me right now? Everything is up for grabs. So I'm going to get the fucking diamonds. I don't want, and you should too. This isn't just for me. I'm telling you. And if you want to skip spots, if you want to skip the line right now, you're going to do it by finding quality. You're not going to do it by hanging out in the gutter with lower quality, low probability, high return assets. No, you want high quality that are going to go to these little windows where you could barely scheme them and get them at a very steal of a deal. You're going to make your money on the buy, and it has to be something that you could hold for the next decade or two if it's that good of an asset. And if you do that, it'll change your life. It'll literally change your life. Otherwise, the alternative is trying to find the next big thing. You could put your money down and it hits or it doesn't, and then that's it. Now, let me put it this way. Do you guys remember something? There was something important, a big phrase that was brought up a lot. back a couple years ago. What is it? Not transitory. You heard this. It was a concept. Talked about a lot. Small good decisions. Amen. That's not it, though. God is good. Amen. No. I don't think anyone's going to get it. And that should highlight everything. Said by everybody. I heard it from a lot of liberals said it. Everybody was talking about this. It's a concept. Had to do with the economy, living. Oh, you guys got closer. I'm going to say it, and then you're going to go, oh, again, Spy's ripping. Yalla. This is the highest you've been since the morning, or since these two candles. Do you guys remember people talking about something called the Great Reset? Yeah. It's funny, no one says it anymore, huh? What happened to that? You remember that? We're talking about a Great Reset. Yeah. Cool. So, maybe it does happen, maybe it doesn't. But this is all I want you to realize. If there's ever a reset and in prices, you get these weird opportunities, don't be the guy buying, going into the wishing well. Does that make sense? You mean to tell me in the middle of U.S., U.K., relation, all these things changing, literally you watch stocks go down 20% in 2 days, nobody knows what the fuck is going to happen. Don't be looking in the wishing well. You see what I'm saying? I would just have my eyes peeled towards the highest quality opportunities you can find. And if you could do that, like I said, you walk away, if there is that opportunity, it will be a life changer. You don't need to aim for life changer. That's the goal. That's the funny part. I'm not aiming for a life changer. I just know how this works. Are you hearing me? Do you see? Because again, if you're looking for the life changer, you're not going to get it. But if you're like, okay, I'm actually, whoa, hold on. I see valuations changing. There's a lot of things happening. I want quality. Do you see what I'm saying? The highest quality. You think like that, you're going to walk away with something. Again, if you can hold it for 10 years because it's that good of quality, it's going to take care of itself. But you don't need to this isn't the moment right now to think like that. Let me put it this way. When inflation is surging, when you're getting banned for talking about anything, and it feels like you can't afford a house and all that stuff is going crazy, yeah, then maybe you should start chasing these shitty opportunities. That makes more sense to me. Because at least you're looking around and being like, well, everything's expensive. Everybody's crowded in this. You can't even get an opportunity. That's why people turn towards gambling. But you mean to tell me you're watching the highest quality flip-flops in the world? People don't even want to buy bonds, and you want to aim towards low quality? No, this is not the moment to do that. This is one where you could get an opportunity that could be very, very good, and I wouldn't be chasing in low quality, oh my gosh, you're going to get this if this works out. We're just like, watch, you buy NVIDIA at a low enough price, that might be the best thing you ever bought in your life. Again, you buy a house at a discounted value because people are worried about Donald Trump. That might be the best thing of your life. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I would be going for, is when things are coming back down, you want to think quality. You don't want to be thinking, fuck it, my money don't matter. Let's just gamble it away. That's not how you should be thinking right now. So I hope that helps. And again, I'm just telling you off of what I've done. So you could believe me or not. You could listen to me or not. I don't really care. It's up to you guys. But I just say this in the sense, my intention is that, if there's a well-minded or well-intentioned young person listening, I hope what I say keeps them out of trouble and gets them to leap ahead of their peers. Other than that, that's it. But I said my piece. I hope you stay safe. And yeah, that's all we could do. No, the stream alerts, you'll get the long-term alerts with them, but I didn't send out that test because you didn't need to. And if you already got the stream alerts prior from signing up, you're good to go. All the material plays are ramping. TMC, OMEX, MP. And then look at the bonds, bro. On all of that, something snapped here on this little low. Bond just got a fat bid, and then SPY just stopped moving and then couldn't break out from that level. Bro, NVIDIA is flushing. So look, SPY's not reacting the same way. Bonds are going straight up. Yeah, watch out. Something's kind of moving. It's hard to tell. Again, we got Powell here in like, what, an hour? 2 hours? Fuck. Yeah, it's very odd. It could just be the normal movement, and then we're still below 5,400. Oil's up. It just doesn't help that gold and other stuff is up there. Type Tesla. Yeah, the yen came down. So did the Swiss franc, though, too. So I am kind of worried about currency volatility today. World Bank's Banga, higher tariffs create friction that leads to lower transparency and growth. All right. Starting to come down. I think NVIDIA and bonds and then gold. Those three things are all leading in advance. Meanwhile, SPY is just right at open. So the SPY's not really reflecting it, but things are moving. It could mean something, but it also could mean nothing too. I mean, unfortunately, we're still in this slower range. Today's a little bit bigger. And again, we still have two big events today, ranging from Powell down to the Japanese trade deal or deal talks, whatever you want to call it. Staples, that would be nice. I feel like staples want to move when the market's really moving, but even this week they took a breather. They are a little green. Where's healthcare too? Okay, SPY still bouncing around. Again, a couple things moved. MSTR coming down. The dollar makes a new low. We're in a bad zone. Let's see. Oh, yeah. It is pretty bad. I think if it has to, like, really flush, I could agree with you. I don't think any, like, smaller moves down. I wouldn't be, like, too concerned unless there's other currency moves. But other than that, I would just be mindful of the, if you start breaking and, like, flushing a real big low, just back to the NASDAQ dollar correlation, I think that wouldn't be good. JEPQ. I'm not going to lie, man. JEPI is attractive. Oh, not anymore. But when it was down at that 50, bro, that was like, yeah, I could see it. But I just don't like these like dividend ETFs. I don't like a new ETF. But I'm not going to lie. It's kind of interesting. I would say JEPI at $50. I like that better than top ticking growth. So take it how you please, but Do I think you could do better? I do. But I don't. I think this is it's like a weird middle ground is the best way I could describe it. Because I think there's risk. I think it's an ETF. There's fees. It's a strategy that, all of these strategies are new. I know it's been 5 years, but yeah, the reasoning for not liking them, you got to pay for them. The balances, the weighting can change at any moment. You could get under or overweighted exposure, and you have to pay for it. And these strategies are new. So any of these JP Morgan equity funds, they're all new. People were asking me about them a couple years ago, and they just were invented. So I don't think they're the worst, but as an investor, I am wary of new things. I know some of you're ready to jump in head first into staking your coins and all of that, but I'm going to be more hesitant towards something like that. And especially if I'm just tying my money for 10 years, I would hope that you've been around for 10 years. No? Yeah, and then they could just buy something at a terrible price. So it's not bad. I'm not saying, oh my God, don't buy it, but I hope you're hearing what I'm thinking about it, and you should too. You should ask yourself all these questions before you're like, oh yeah, oh, it has everything I want. Fuck yeah. Oh wow, I get dividends and I get this. Oh yeah. You should ask yourself what are you giving up, or what's the real cost of what you're getting. Look at QLYD and XYLD. They've been around for 15 years. I've heard of them. But yeah, that's not a good sign. See, that's even terribler. And I'm not throwing too much shade. I'm just saying, if this is the same exact thing as JEPI, but it's been around double, triple the time, why didn't it go up? So you'll get your yield, but this kind of just matches my theory that, like I always told you, anytime you give up something for yield, you're probably going to give up your equity. So it went down almost 50%? I bet you got back 50% in yield, so it's not too bad. But like I'm saying, a lot of these, I think you got to investigate them, really make it make sense. I don't think they're the worst. Definitely don't think they're the best. I just err towards the side of avoiding them. The only thing I ever did was Bill, just because it was related to bonds, and it was the first time in decades that interest rates got that high. You seriously want to do real estate, you wanted to work with me, you want to enroll and take it and be a part of the team, you would really be working with the real estate team. Unless you're in San Diego, you're probably not going to ever see me. So, and realistically, for the real estate thing, we're not opening it up for everybody. So, quite frankly, if you're not willing to go out and get leads and start the process before starting, I don't think you should join our team. So the best way to get into real estate is just start doing it right now. And unfortunately, though, we've gone past the stage of trying to, get the people motivated. It's just you either have it or you don't. But if you are looking to work with me and that's your motivation, I don't think that's a good enough motivation, because you probably won't see me. You got the long term. Well, why don't you? If you got one of them, you should have. I don't know why they stopped, but I'll think about it. But I'm not looking to make any individual changes for people like that. It's too much work. I can't, everybody has an individual problem like that. And then I have over 10,000 people on the long-term alerts. So it's just too much to handle. I hope you can understand. Tiny homes are great if you own the land. I'll say it on stream and Twitter for sure. Oh, yeah, make no mistake. That's not going anywhere. Yeah, as long as you own the land on tiny home, I'm down with it. But just don't buy a tiny home where you have to lease the land. That's not a good idea. Taking the time to help, baby, you're the man. Let's go. Let's go. I'll check your email if you sent it later on that company. Yeah, you did send. I'll take a look at it afterwards and get back to you. It looks good, though. I'm just scanning it, but so far, everything looks like legit, to be honest with you. So most people, when they ask me this, they don't have all of that. And it has profit and everything. Yeah, I'll go through the details and give you like a real, I'll use my mind with it, attentively. But so far, a lot of that looks good so far. Do you have experience with the industry? I don't know what you're buying. So, but at the end of the day, if you have experience with it, that also helps. Otherwise, you might need the past owner. You might want them to stay on board for a little bit. I know I'm mad, bro. I had UVXY at 100%. Now it's just like 10%, but that fucked me. I'm glad I took the Teslas, but yeah, I lost. That's it. Today might have been my losing week, or this week. I had a couple hitters. I still hit a 300%er today, but it's still not. The two straddles didn't work. Couple of burn penny plays. Premium burn. Your wife does? Then yeah, that's beautiful. And SPY coming down. United CEO says expect solid double-digit margins in 12 months post-pandemic or post-economic period. I said I'll start losing soon. I know. I didn't lose much money because again these are small and then a couple of good gains, but I don't know. I like the streak, man. I liked it, but so far last couple of days has been slow. Again, these straddles just are not hitting, and we know it though. I'm telling you, even when I took a 10% loss the other day, and then it helped us avoid some of the plays today or yesterday, it was just like, dude, you're moving hella slow. So they're gonna try to chop to take some money back. I know bonds are very, very odd, but you're holding up right now. But that is definitely from right here, something changed in the world today. Not permanently, but you do have bonds just catching a random ass bid. Currency's already moved largely, and then yeah, you're chilling. I don't know. The Japan announcement, I think it's later. Could be around 3. 3 or 10, and then Jerome Powell is going to be at 130. It could be tied to Japan. I don't know. I mean, the bonds, nobody knows. The good idea, the good news is that we didn't die. I don't know if you guys realize that yet, is that you straight up, the bonds did not die yet. You went from looking over the edge, about to have a crisis, to that walk back, even though people are still asking if the damage is done. I mean, you're still chilling. The bonds did not die. So, but then again, you don't know what's going on with bonds. If bonds won't work during fear, I don't think you could reasonably expect or answer why they're moving now. Because they're not, the last week just showed you bonds are not doing they're not doing what they normally do. So whatever's causing the move, I would be very hard pressed to kind of, assume that's the actual reason. But look, bonds are ever since here. SPY hit that low, bounced back up, and then bonds hit that low and then just bounced and ripped. Gold, I mean, remember when gold made the first run up, the market still went up, but it's just at this point, we had a good talk on it on the watch list yesterday. Gold is the only one not really acting crazy. As funny as that may sound. Yeah, TLT is green. But look, this move right here. And this is on a day where gold is up like 3. The currency's got a lot of volatility, but it's lower than what we've seen, but still kind of elevated. It's a wild one. Palantir flushing. All right. On that note, Chad, it's 8:30 almost, so 10 minutes away. We'll get Euro close and some push-ups. Bonds ripping. SPY right at open, holding 1-2% gap down. 1.9 on the Nazi. SPY down by 1. Whoop. I do think gold is insane, bro. Bro, I bought my gold at $1,300 an ounce. It's insane, bro. I can't believe it. Or I got $1,300 or $1,500 an ounce, but you mean to tell me people are spending $3,000 for an ounce of gold, and every quarter it's going up by 10%? That's insanity, dude. I have no idea. I have no idea how to value gold at this point. Just because it's insane. I told you the last week, it's probably going to keep going up till a policy pivot, which makes sense. I explained it on the watch list last night. But no, dude, it's actually wicked. I'm telling you, gold used to never, it took decades to go $1,000. And then in months, it's going $1,000. So, yeah, man, I don't know what to tell you, but that's just, gold is in its own little world, man.
Well, I think it's yet another shock. Remember
another
what happened
shock.
During the COVID?
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real
Code
Code News on Twitter. Jerome Powell in 2 hours.
Overbought. They were so worried they took everything they could get, and then they ended up with the wrong product, and the next spring they had to mark a lot of it down. So anything that distorts the normal purchase cycle of inventory being brought into the country is bound to cause problems down the line. You won't see that immediately, again, unless you start to see shortages. You won't see that immediately. Where you're going to see it is on the flip side of that, where retailers are left with the wrong product as we round the corner after the holidays. So it's still a ways down the line.
Do the shortages, benefit, or are there certain companies that could be opportunistic in that type of environment where their supply chains are maybe less complex? And if so, where should we expect to see that?
Well, one answer is obvious. It's a great question. One answer is obvious. Anything made in the USA, way to go. So I don't think this is going to do anything but help sales of products that are made here, whether they're consumables, food, or other products where
they wait till I leave. I'm still here, bitch.
They can definitely
Fitch says they've cut world growth forecast by 0.4 in China by 0.5. I don't know why you're popping like that. Again, bonds led the way. VIX on the I think they're just scamming our straddles now, man. That sucks. Oh, I should have taken. Is the VIX negative now? Yep. Yeah, the VIXs are red. Those went 100% to now down 30. That killed them. And then NVIDIA pop. I didn't even have to go pee. I just grabbed a carbo. But, yeah, you're just moving up quick. Fitch just came out. It was bad news, but maybe it was less. Otherwise, these are just natural moves to get the premium back.
Discuss what's at stake for the two countries as China's GDP comes in ahead of expectations. Plus, online trading platform Webull topping a $20 billion market cap after going public via SPAC last week. We'll speak to the CEO on the company's strategy and what he's seeing from retail investors. We'll be right back.
All right. Well, I didn't get to go. Okay, yeah, now they're back. All right, yeah, you're popping no real headline, but a couple things already let it.
Retail beat. This is really
maybe it is the he is risen rally.
A lot of people in my world use both of those apps. I don't. What are we learning?
Yeah, it seems like these apps are seeing a lot of success, and people are going to them as tariffs are starting.
Yeah, bro, you're really ripping.
The eco data kind of
Atlanta
here,
Fed
right?
GDP minus 2.2. Estimate was 2.4.
Consumer through your beat, through the tech companies that are in the
honestly, bro, in a weird way, hear me out. I just think you're getting bad news, and then it's not sounding as bad. I really think so. That otherwise, none of this makes any sense, and it could just be a front run ahead of Japan. Like I was telling you last night, I just think I was too early on it. But does that make sense? I'm telling you, you're getting Fitch, you're getting GDP. All of this shit sounds bad, but then it's just not bad enough because you've already gone through literally the worst possible scenario a week ago. So, yeah, we talked about this last night for earnings, but I'm just telling you, these last two pops right now, they're getting big. I've only seen bad news, but it's not like it's all bad news where I'm like, that's not that bad. Literally, like GDP is negative, but not as negative as the last one. Fitch just cut growth, but only 0.5%, not by 1%. China cut growth 0.5%, not by 1% or 2%. So, yeah, that mixed in with, I also think, the position. That sucks, though. That wiped out the VIX even more. So, even worse. But you would have lost no matter what. So, even the straddle, the call that I sold this morning for a loss, I got more money selling it out in the morning than even after here. So, unfortunately, I think they're raking in the chips, man. But what's causing this move? We still got two big catalysts, Jerome Powell and Japan. But I'm telling you, I talked about this last night in an earnings context. But I genuinely think right now you are reacting to not as bad news. So be on the lookout for that. Because if we start getting bad news and the market starts doing this, you're going to get even more pissed. But literally, it's like headlines are coming in that are negative, and it's just not as bad as the fear you saw. And now I think it's kind of giving you this wipe the sweat off the brow, not as bad as feared, and then ta-da. No, you don't even have to front run the positive news. Because look, you're getting bad shit, and then it's popping, and everyone's getting caught off guard. And then you're like, everyone's trying to figure it out, but it just sadly, I warned about this on the watch list last night. I was literally reminding everybody what happened in 2022. That's why we called it the He is Risen rally. But the difference is that, Jesus is for eternity. And this rally will probably fade in a month. But the end of the day is that people are feeling a certain way. And last time you had one of these rallies in 2022, it was a similar setup. Everybody got bearish. The analysts start downgrading ahead of earnings. And then before you know it, it was the worst possible sets of data. And then we started ripping just because they're like, not as bad as feared. No news, honestly. That's why I just saw there was negative Fitch, negative GDP, and they just weren't that bad. They were bad. They were negative, but they weren't that bad. And then we just started ripping, and then bonds already led the way. So I wouldn't get too comfy. Just keep in mind, at end of the day, this is a net negative. They just wiped out the table. So unless you positioned here or on today, this didn't really change much. But that one's an interesting one. See if we keep developing on that theme. So just watch for that. That would give you a signal. Start noticing if people start buying up bad news. Because if they do, and bad news comes in and it's not that bad and we keep running, that'll be your next fucking mover for the next 2 weeks. Okay, so now let me go to the bathroom.
And with all the news around NVIDIA and
follow
ASML,
me on Instagram?
Twitter, anything associated
anything?
with semiconductors is weak here. So TSMC, Taiwan Semi, biggest founder in the world, that trades right here, down 2.5%. Most of the other semiconductor stocks are weak as well. But not everything. Again, not all the stocks, tech stocks. Salesforce has been up fractionally for most of the day, holding up. But I've noted earlier there's some very unusual leadership stocks that have emerged in the last few days. And really in the last month or so. It's kind of odd when gold stocks are the leader. Newmont is the biggest gold company in the world, and it's up, must be 15, 16% so far this month, and it's not far from a multi-year high. Gold, of course, also hitting new highs. Also doing a little bit better recently. Some of the defense names, Lockheed's been looking pretty good recently. It's up, maybe 7% this month. L3 Harris is up. Northrop is probably up 5 or 6% on the month. I'm doing from the beginning of April. So that's doing a little bit better. Another unusual market leader just today, energy stocks have been terrible performer. Here's Devon. Devon was in great shape. It was $38, $39 before the retaliatory tariffs were announced on April 3rd. It went as low as 26, and it's slowly been bouncing back. But considering what happened to oil, 70 to the high 50s, and now in the low 60s, it's quite a roller coaster ride. Nice to see oil stocks trying to recover a little bit as well. Some things are just not recovering at all, and among them are pharmaceutical stocks, just absolutely nothing. Like Bristol was $60 at the start of April. Now it's below 50 here. Remember, very highly dependent on imports here, on a very complex global supply chain. A lot of the pharmaceutical components are manufactured in China and India, so the tariffs really impact there. So Bristol is probably sitting right near, I don't know, it's not a new low, but Merck, for example, is sitting near a 3-year low. I looked at that earlier. So here's one industry that's really struggling to recover even after we announce some changes in those retaliatory tariffs. Carl, back to you.
Carl, back to you. All right. Yeah, man. I just think get ready. You about to get, we'll see how today finishes. Because like I'm telling you, we still got mad events, or you only dealt with one thing today. But I was already expecting this for earnings, not prior. Just be careful, though. You might get hella pissed if the market starts doing this. And what I'm talking about is could have been worse. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Somebody should have vomited when I said that. So when I say could have been worse, somebody in here should vomit a little bit. Why? Because they were here during 2022 and 2023. That literally, I'm telling you, I already know mine. There was one of them. I swear to you. It was one day, bro. It was earnings. I'll never forget this day. I'll never forget it. I remember where I was. I was at a different house, believe it or not. I remember everything about it. The sun was shining. I remember everything, dude. I'll never forget this day. I'm sitting there. The market closed. And then earnings comes out. And then the stock is Micron. No, it was Micron earnings, bro. I'll never forget this one. No, you guys don't even remember it. You guys thought it was all these other things that you brought up. You don't even understand what pierced my soul. Y'all thought it was Snapchat? Fuck out of here. I bought it at like $7 5 years ago. I don't give a fuck. You see what I'm saying? No, this was like, this one, oh, dude, this was dirty. This one pained me, bro. This, like, violated me. This, like, made me doubt my beliefs. This made me, like, dude, you have no idea, bro. I think I got a new girlfriend after that. I'm not even going to lie to you. I got to double check. I don't think so, but it was bad, bro. My whole life flipped upside down from this moment. It was after the bell, earnings, Micron, and then they come out. Bro, I shit you not. Their earnings were negative. I think they guided down by like 30%. It was like literally just the worst ever earnings I've ever seen. Miss, guide down. They were like, yeah, we're halting this. It was the worst earnings I've ever seen. Then the stock goes down double, 10%. And then after going down 10% for a minute, I take a play on it. And then it pops and closes up 20%. Boeing. Yeah, I already got 200%. You know what the irony is? Those plays aren't moving. So I made 300% on this move. And now 155 to 157 in a candle. The contract is literally not moved. I can't make this up. So, yeah. But, yeah, I still have those plays. We already got in it. But, yeah, that earnings on Micron. It was so shocking. It was so bad. And then the stock ripped. And then after that, every earnings kept going up. And what pissed me off was that the data was so objectively bad. I was like, wow, this stock should have went down. And then every analyst in the world was like, yeah, it could have been worse. And then every earnings after that, that's all we kept hearing. It could have been worse. 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 It wasn't that bad. It could, and then before you knew it, that's it. The market just rallied like 20% or something. It was it was ridiculous. So we talked about this last night on the watch list. Just because this is, I'll show you the chart. This is exactly what I was saying last night. I showed you guys this because if you looked at the survey right now of fund managers, this is the biggest percentage of like negative outlooks since 2007. Meaning that fund managers are already bearish on earnings. They already expect for the first time since that last moment, the other time this happened, you could kind of see it a little bit at the end. But pretty much profit outlooks are negative now, meaning that everybody is expecting bad earnings. So if the earnings don't come in as bad, even if it's bad, that's going to create an opportunity to rally on bad news. Ta-da! So yeah, that's what we got to watch out for. But I think you got a little hint at that right now, but we'll see if that materializes. All right, now Boeing's up. You got 400%. See, I'm saying, bro, I've hit plays. I hit another nice one yesterday. We even got the GMs, but none of my straddles worked. Those all failed. But yeah, that Boeing's actually paying out great. Now I went up 3 to 5. I bought them at 1 penny. But that pop didn't give them as much juice. Where do I post my plays? For now, only on the stream alerts. I used to give them all out for free, then people got hella weird. So, you know, well, I'd be down to return the plays in June if we have good attitudes and everyone is willing to play nice. But other than that, if not, and you don't want to rely on the collective population, stream alerts will be available for you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Palantir just keeps selling. That's a second little sell. 2 Democratic members of National Credit Union admin have been fired by the White House. People are not going to behave. Well, they might. I mean, most people, I'm really intolerable. So my intolerable attitude has made it where some of these people don't ever want to come back. So we might end up getting a benefit from that. Other than that, though, that's it. Why are you accountable for other idiots? I don't know. Why should I be accountable for them? Do you not see it? So I agree with you. You're like, why should I be responsible for it? That's what I said. I said, why should I be responsible for it? I'm going to just go do my thing. And so, yeah, I feel you, bro. I agree. I agree completely. Mm-hmm. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. No! I hate that one. Please bring them back. We almost all became paying members. Oh, I know. That's the sad part. Because then that just showed there's a smaller group that are willing to not do anything and cause more disruption. So that's why we're able to operate without them. Because most people have already just signed up. That's the reality. Sorry. So that's why I'm like, damn, It is unfortunate, but like I said, every quarter I'll give a review. I'll unban people. If we make changes and they don't create positive, we'll roll them back. If we make a change and things get better, we're going to run it. And that's it. We'll just operate like a company. Every quarter, I'll give you guys an update. Can't listen, but either way, bro. Either way, though, get a long term, you'll be fine. And that's the thing, too. I don't think, if you are locked in and want to trade and you have the budget and discipline to gamble, then, yeah, the plays that's for you. But at the end of the day, no plays, you're going to probably be better off. That's why I'm saying the long term has given everybody very, very good things. So that's all you got to do. That's what I'm saying. If you want FOMO and want to go, that's on you. And yeah, there is short-term opportunities, but I don't even think we've seen the crazy ones yet. And at the same time, this moment is going to pass. And eventually, you're going to still always wish you had a long term. It's because of college? What? Wow, you graduate? That's exciting, bro. Congrats. No fucking way. I love it. Shout out all the college Chads graduating, bro. It's an exciting time. Your life begins. Your advice on making another account for options has really helped. Good, dude. I'm really glad you actually did it, man. You know how many people just argue with me about that? And meanwhile, I'm just trying to help them out. So I'm glad that it worked out for you, bro. Because that's the whole point. I think you separate them, bro. If you want to even try the strategies, you want to get into long-term, short-term, and let it all do its thing, bro. That you made a really good choice. So I'm just glad you did it. Can you open up Colt Real Estate to be a REIT so Chad can invest? I can. You guys don't realize that we've done this over the years. I've looked into everything. I've looked into making an ETF. I got lawyers. I figured out how to do a REIT. We could do all of those things. But the reality is, you only do that shit if you're trying to raise money, sadly. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for me to do it. So I could do an ETF, but unless I'm trying to just make money off you guys, it's not worth it. That's the reality of it, because you have to spend money on fees. You got to set it up. You got to do it. The only purpose would be to make money off of you, literally. That's why we have the long term, how we have it. I can just tell you my plays. We cut out all the middleman. You don't need that. You see what I'm saying? And then same thing with real estate. So I already own real estate. I was going to take some of my real estate, move it to a holding company, and then create a REIT for us so that I could just invest your guys' money for real estate, right? Because you guys always damn, Josh, you do these deals, right? So I'm like, okay, I could do that. You invest. I do the real estate. Boom, we make money. I talked to the lawyers. I looked at it. After all the fees, it all comes down to raising money again. My guys are asking me, and they're like, well, why do you want to make a REIT? I told them because I want to make the Chad. They want to get in on my real estate deals. They said, you're better off doing a mutual fund or splitting up the deals individually. I said, why? And they're like, because it's going to cost you $150,000, $250,000 a year to operate a REIT. And then you need to at least raise another $10 to $100 million, depending on what you want to do. Otherwise, there's no point of going around raising money, filing regulatory filings, buying these properties up, and then splitting it out. How are you going to even pay for admin? And then you got to cut the money for admin fees. And then when it's all said and done, the only reason you would do it, it's not the work, is if we have to be raising money. That's it. So I have to either make money off of the fees and charge a small group of investors way more than it's actually worth, or I have to go put my tail between my legs and suck some JP Morgan pee-pee just so I could get them to fund us and invest. And now all of my real estate or some of it, and now your guys' investments, we're tied to a fucking bank now, and we have to do whatever they say. because they're going to be holding us by the balls. So just either way, it doesn't work. I can do it. We could do it tomorrow, but it costs $250,000. I have that. I have the real estate, but now you just have to, if we want to deal with these banks and you want to raise money, we could do it. But it's a whole different philosophy of everything I've done. And I just think I would rather just show you guys individually. And I think you guys all get a property, and I think we become, what's the word I'm looking for? Not divestiture. Distributism. And we all get our liberty by owning properties. No, meet Kevin. He did the ETF thing. That's it. He just took your guys' money and then closed it down, because that was the whole point. Like I told you, that's how it is. And then his little house thing, again, it goes against what I've always told you guys. Don't ever partner with anybody on real estate. His isn't a REIT. He's just taking people's money and then syndicating it and paying them out. He's copying Grant Cardone with house flips. But again, doing that at a time when real estate's turning to a seller's market, you do your own thing. But the point is, we can go and make anything on Wall Street. We could do all of that, and I would love for it for you guys, but genuinely, if it doesn't lead to a better benefit, I'm not going to do it. You have to understand that, because make no mistake, you guys, I'm very well aware of my opportunity here. Do you know that? Not only like being on YouTube and being who I am and having stuff, I just mean that you guys don't realize it. Even all of the weird words I say, I'll even call motherfuckers. Oh my gosh. But the fact of the matter is, I would not be here speaking to you guys if you weren't here listening to me. I have to take care of you. Otherwise, there's no point of me being here. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't get the opportunity. None of you would be talking about how I changed your life. I can't tell you all the dog shit and point my finger at people and say that's a scam, but without people who could actually speak to my credibility. So at the end of the day, I don't really see myself doing anything if you're not going to benefit off of it. That's all. That's why I rejected $250,000 from BlockFi. I said no to another $250,000 from Kalshi to promote gambling to you. I rejected $500,000 from FTX. So there's a lot, man. But if I don't see my audience walking away with the benefit, that's why you've never seen anything sponsored here. So yeah, I'm an asshole and I'm annoying, and yeah, this is a cult and it's weird, and yeah, maybe I did go members only for a period for 1 hour out of the fucking day. And most people did already sign up, but like the reality is, bro, from the long term till not, I do put your guys' interest first. So as long as I keep doing that, I think you guys are going to have my back too. And the ones of you who have already showed that you won't have my back, that's why I've already gotten rid of you. Because you're a landmine. That's it. You won't. If I do good, you won't say anything. If I do bad, you'll use it against me like you're a cop and I just fucking was going 5 miles above the speed limit. So point is, it has to benefit the people. And like, if I made an ETF, if I made a REIT, just the reality is, the only ways to make money off of it is off of the people. I either have to charge you, or I have to suck some bank dick to raise money, and then even then, they're not going to invest unless we're making money off the people. Sadly, until you start running some other strategy, then again, if it's a REIT, we're not going to have, EPS growth at a crazy level unless we're raising money and buying houses and making money off people. So it doesn't work. That's why I said I've looked into all of it though. Believe me, I've gotten excited. I've gotten ambitious. I've looked into all of it, but by the time I figure out and we find out that, if it doesn't really have a benefit, I'm not going to do it, So in the meantime, I do want you guys to get houses, and I want you to have long terms. You don't need to pay me to do it for you. You don't need to pay anybody else. You see what I'm saying? And I'll help out however I can where you could build your own long term without paying somebody a fee. I think all of you never should partner with a real estate deal unless you have to. And I would love to show you guys how to do that without it. But those you could do on your own. But until there's a way where I could do the work for you and it actually fairly divides the money up, I don't think it's worth going to Wall Street and trying to do that. Because, again, once you take it to Wall Street, they ruin everything for greed. So, ta-da. You're in China. Any opportunities? Yeah, I mean, import-export is popping. Or factories. But then again, you have to, like, really know. I started, because I asked that to my Chinese homie, and he yelled at me. I asked Olivier, I was like, I want a factory in China. He's like, what the fuck do you know about factories? Then he went off on me. It was the funniest thing ever. Because I asked Olivier, you guys know Olivier, some of you do. He's a billionaire. This guy's balling, bro. Literally the richest guy I know, or one of them. And like, yeah, I love this dude, a good friend of mine. And he's just like, we and him are really tight because we've had other moments in life together. And it's just like, I tell him my unfiltered thoughts, and he responds to me back. And I told him my idea. I was like, I want this factory. I told him about our other friend and my other friends in Cambodia. And I was like, we could do this and this. And I'm like, I just want this. And bro, he just starts reprimanding me like I'm a child. Just going off on like, what do you know about factories? What factory do you want? What are you going to do with it? Why do you want to spend this much money? You don't even know what the fuck you want. And you don't even understand the politics of it. And then the fact that I'm like, oh, I was like, okay, maybe I don't want a factory anymore. But that is something you got to think about, because there's a lot of emerging market opportunities. Yeah, this is a really good friend, bro. Sadly, it's what I do to you guys. I say sadly because if you don't really have a good homie like that, you're not going to respond well to that type of feedback. But, oh, yeah, he ripped me a new one. But it did kind of narrow my focus. It did make me think that, okay, maybe you can't just go waltz into any other country and buy a factory and make money. It's not going to work like that. So, especially with China, East Asia, he was sharing with me that, there's a lot of changes going on right now. Some industries are going to really advance. Some are going to get left behind and get clobbered. And then some are outdated. Some are really modernized. And that changes a lot of the valuation too. But I was sharing with him and he agreed with me. I think the opportunity for overseas like manufacturing is going to, like, again, emerging markets and globalization. Make no mistake, all these people getting scared of Donald Trump, they got to make money off the clicks, bro. 10, 20 years from now, I don't think globalization is going anywhere. I think it's only going to get bigger, believe it or not. And I talked about this on an economic lesson, and that's where I think emerging market opportunities will be, is that if you could find a way to, like, not ethically, but that's a bullshit. Like, I'm not trying to sell you fucking energy right now, but like, not ethically, but like properly, like in a way, like respectfully, that meets, trade demands around the world. If you could have factories that align with the right countries, aka America, and in the right way, I think it could be very, very sustainably. Maybe that's the word. But I think it's going to be of tremendous value. And I think you're still at the ground floor. Maybe. Market just came back down after all the bad news, good news. What the fuck are we moving for? You're right back down. So let me tell you this. I might as well. If you think that globalism has peaked, I think you're wrong. What I'm trying to tell you, Chads, is some of you, I said this months ago. For real, man, some of you have 20, 30 years on this earth, and you'll still be relatively young or younger than Janet Yellen, right? Imagine that. In 30 years, if you'll still be younger than Janet Yellen, you guys know I will. So 30 years from now, I'll still be younger than Janet Yellen is today. You guys get that, right? So do you realize 30 years from now, I will still be younger than Joe Biden is today? Isn't that amazing? I'm pretty young. Some of you are my age too. You're pretty young as well. Isn't that crazy? That's what blows my mind because, bro, I be over here with heartburn, receding hairline. I be telling fucking young kids to shut up when they want to gamble. I'm like, I'm getting old, bro. I'm turning into a boomer. And then I look at it and I'm like, wait a minute. Even in another 30 years, I'm going to still be half the age of some of these old fucks running everything. I'm like, oh, man. I don't know. It's bittersweet. It's bittersweet. But the whole point is if you are going to be on this earth, bro, in the next 30 years, God willing, I think you're still at the ground floor of globalism. Because I've looked at the data, I've looked at trade and trade agreements. I swear to you, we haven't seen shit. Globalism is a new phenomena. And I don't think people understand that. I even think all the fucking young kids who grew up with an iPhone and an iPad, they don't get it because they took it for granted. Cause see, I had fucking dial-up before we had global trade like it was today, right? But I'm telling you, globalism is just started. So you're like, Donald Trump is ending it. No, he's not. Trust me. Maybe that's why I think in a weird way, although I do think Donald Trump is going about it in a wild way that I don't think any of us could comprehend, at least now, he might be actually setting us up like better. I don't know. I can't say that confidently yet. It all depends on what happens. But all I'm telling you is that this is the early globalism is a 2000s concept. Do you understand that? The rise of globalism was really the 2000s. That wasn't the 90s. It wasn't the 80s. There were so many other things, bro. That's why when all of you are telling me you're doubting, oh, America, you don't understand what happened in the 70s and 80s and then the real loss of faith in America at different moments before we were linked on trade like we are today. But globalism is a new concept. I really think globalism, it reminds me of social media, is that even after 10 years, people thought social media was old, but it was really new. You know, again, I mean, even if I told, like, when we started going live on YouTube here, YouTube was already around for a long time. You guys know that, right? But then now it's still even bigger. So that's how globalism is going to be. It's going to be like YouTube. It's going to be like Instagram, where you think it's already like expanded. You haven't seen shit. And that's where I was telling you, that's the opportunity. For some of you who are very ambitious, if you have knowledge and, again, you studied, this is how some of you can take your skills and do more than just click buttons beyond the computer. Because that way now you could bring what you know and start moving this into the world and setting up shit. So, yeah, like I'm telling you, globalism is still very early. You're very, very early on the globalist train, as wild as that sounds. And that's where it's like, think about that. Think about that. Again, Donald Trump isn't going to be here eventually. And you got to think what comes after the next Donald, the next guy, the next guy, the next guy. And then by that time, it's going to really start, you know, where are these countries going to be? Where is trade going to be? What does transportation technology do to globalism? Oh, yeah. But yeah, this is a big theory I have. See, this is a talk I have with Olivier. Me and him, we'll talk hours on this. Remember, I have Olivier is ahead of me on this. I think it's because he grew up richer, and he's a smart guy, and he went to a better college than I did. But I still think he's always been on the future, way more than I ever have. It's funny because, like, he believes in Jesus too. So we both love God, right? And we think about the future in that sense. But I'm telling you, bro, Olivier's been steps ahead. I could go find it. That video that I have with Olivier. I have a video. This is one of my first videos when we were streaming. I interviewed Olivier. I have an interview with my homie. And this was in 2018, 2019, before COVID. This guy was talking supply chains before everybody. I'm telling you. This guy was so fucking ahead. And that's what he's, even then, we have this talk, and we talk about these things. That's it. He was the guy I asked. I don't think you guys realize. You guys remember when I bought Baba? And I told you, though, I'm like, Baba's never going anywhere. Yeah, because this guy goes to China all the time. And I really asked him, I was like, tell me about Baba. Tell me more. I already know about it. I already knew about it. I made sure I grilled him on Alibaba. And the main conclusion is Alibaba wasn't going anywhere. I bought it. That's it. It was the cheap 30 cents on the dollar. Take it. That's it. But the guy knows a lot. So, yeah. All right, you're coming back down, bro. Look, what has been the only constant in the last 2 hours? Last 2 hours, a lot of fucking weird flip-flops. Good news, bad news, good news. Who knows? Bonds, yep. Only thing constant. So right here, you had ever since that moment, bonds just went straight up. Nothing else. Everything. I was trying to explain. Maybe it was bad news. Maybe it's good news. Who knows? You're come back down. Now you're at VWAP. Now you're going lower. Bonds came down a little bit, but the only constant so far has actually been bonds. Again, even the Bitcoin's still holding, but like the yen, Swiss franc, they haven't really done anything. I met Olivier through my college roommate. So my roommate in college, that's one of my good homies, he grew up with Olivier. So I didn't know Olivier my whole life. No. I only knew Olivier since I was like 18. So I've known Olivier for a long time now. That's the crazy part. But yeah, I met him through one of my other friends. He went to Michigan. He went to University of Michigan. D1, literally, consumer sentiment. So he's versed in he's kind of a liberal too. That's the thing. He has very liberal takes. I think that's the China propaganda in him. But other than that, yeah, he went to Michigan. I went to Arizona. So he went to the academic party school. I went to the party school. Fed hammock sees strong case to hold policy. If growth falters, inflation eases, Fed could cut rates even quickly. Economy started strong, but recent mixed signals. So do you think we should bring these businesses we have to emerging markets to start? Some of them you should. Some of them, I don't know. That's where it really, really depends on what you're doing. But what I would be thinking of is how to connect the world and make money off of it. In the next 30 years, the world is going to be more connected. You need to find a way to put a business, company, service in the middle of that so that you could profit on all ends. If you could even be in Europe or Asia while being able to, again, take advantage of the connection, that's going to be the money of that globalism that I'm expecting. Just like what you've already saw, and just at a bigger scale. Like I'm saying, most people who aren't really into global trade, it's very easy to think that, okay, globalism's over, or to think that it's already maxed out, right? Because that's all we know. Most people, that's what I'm saying, the young guys, most of them, all they know is globalism. Some of you in here, you haven't lived in a world where you can't order shit and it shows up at your door right away. You know what I'm saying? That would be new if that never happened to you. So that's why some people have this idea that, no, globalism, it's what's the word people love to use? Saturated. But all I'm saying is that the world is still gigantic, still spread apart, and there's still a lot of development. Again, all these people, imagine, all these people talking about AI. Yeah, bro. I'm thinking about the globalism expanding, I don't care about the tech as much as you think. It's more, what's AI going to do to tech, supply chains, transportation, and how is that going to connect globalism and trade more so than anything? Okay, bro, you already, look at that. You sold off, and now we're right back to the low end of the opening. Jeez, bro. Powell comes on in an hour and a half. So now you're just giving up. Watch Bonzo. Oh, 20-year auction in an hour. So don't forget about that. 7 days used to be quick. Let me put it this way. How many of you remember when shipping cost was prohibitive? Y'all don't feel me. Well, I remember trying to buy shit on the internet when you were like, whoa, you could buy things on the internet. And then you would go down to shipping and it would be like $29. And you'd be like, what? Dude, shipping. Used to be, the cheap price was $19.99. You remember that? They were like $19.99 flat rate. Then they lowered it to $10 and then $5 and then all of a sudden shipping got cheap. But yeah, you remember that? That's why I bought Amazon. Amazon, they solved that. They said free shipping, subscription. Ta-da. One of the biggest companies in the world now. But that's an example too. That was when globalism was still early. And you know, like you weren't connected and it cost money and people didn't even want to buy stuff because of the shipping. And the shipping costs, that had to factor in. And then different changes lowered that and people found other ways. So just think, there's going to be something like that we don't know of yet. But watch, there will be a change in the next 30 years and connections that I think will open up a lot of routes. But you don't have to get FOMO, but think about this. Who knows? Maybe 10, 20 years, you might think about this. That sell-off was Euro close. Yeah, you're right. You literally topped out, run up, bad news before. Bad news, not as bad, kind of got that weird reaction. I'm guessing on that too. So don't get mad at me. I'm just theorizing why you had that move. So again, other people might have another reason. They may be too scared to tell you, but I'm just guessing that it wasn't as bad data and we had that reaction, but then literally right at Euro close, big red, and then you haven't gotten up since then. So yeah, Europe did cause the sell. And like I was telling you, their currencies were weird. So good call. Way to be observant. What do you think of California suing Trump on tariffs? I just wish they sued Trump and Biden when they tried to, dump all that money and shit. That's sadly just my take on a lot of things. Even hearing Larry Summers, because Larry Summers knew about inflation. Larry Summers was one of the people early that said it was a mistake to pump all that money. And then even knowing all of that, he began to play the Yellen pumping game. And just there's so many things where, I'm like, why? I don't get, where is the outrage? Or again, there are so many like things that are arguably either the worst or the same, but then it's like, what? Like I'm saying, like there's right now a constitutional debate over the Abregu guy in El Salvador and sending back that guy, the mistake, and then the Supreme Court, and then the appeal, and people are bringing up, and they're like, oh my God, Donald Trump's not listening to the court. Donald Trump's not listening. Donald Trump, oh my gosh, the court, isn't this scary? And I'm like, dude, you guys don't remember the work requirement? That was literally unconstitutional. People knew it in advance. You got punished for talking about it. Even the Supreme Court literally ruled it was unconstitutional, and you still had government agencies doing it. It's like, and that's where I was like, man, there were so many things. And just like the suing, it's like, you could sue Donald Trump for stuff now, but I'm like, there was more things with a higher price tag. And I think had higher consequences, and everybody just laid down and did nothing. And now, before anything, now we've got an enactment of tariffs. I will be fair. I'm not going to say that Trump hasn't done anything yet, because that was the case a month ago. But now he actually has done stuff, and it is stuff objectively insane, or not insane, aggressive, high stakes like we talked about. But even then, it's just like there's so much. I don't think it's a bad comparison. The point is there's no comparison. That's all. My point is, you want me to get outraged about stuff? I can't get outraged on a low ask if you didn't get outraged on a high ask a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. We were forcing people to do stuff to their bodies, and there was something related to the Constitution, and nobody had a problem. That I can't stand by. And then now, again, these states should have fought back against $4 trillion of spending or new money. That should have been something we all should have came together on. Larry Summers even said it, and everybody should have came together and been like, "No, we don't need that money. That's not going to be good for our future. This is objectively going to cause inflation. It's going to make things harder for everybody," and it did. So it's just stuff like that where it's not a game of comparison. I'm just saying I don't really get outraged on any of this because you guys watched me react to some things over the years, and I would either get banned or I just had to shut my mouth and nobody cared. And now people care about things that just, quite frankly, I don't think the impact is that large. I think Trump's policy is important and could have very dire consequences. I acknowledge that. But for now, most of everything else, though, I don't think there's a high risk or a high cost. And I've seen stuff with way more cost just get swept under the rug and we moved on. So I'm probably going to do the same with some other things. We do not have a Fed cut today. Best case, Jerome Powell talks about it, but no, you shouldn't. Do you think the first stimulus package was appropriate? I mean, at the moment when, everyone was scared and we were shutting down the economy, yeah, but looking back, no. I think Donald Trump made a mistake too. I think Donald Trump got tricked, or he was just a dumbass and believed whoever told him what to do at the time. And I think he put out way too much money. And then that's why I think Joe Biden's even dumber, because after all of this shit was over and you saw that, he did it again with another $2 trillion. So they're both jackasses. Or that was the plan the whole time. Ah! No! Ooh. New follower, I've enjoyed listening. Well, thank you. I saw that. You just signed up. That's what I'm talking about. Well, welcome, and please get a long term. And, and if you keep having that happy-ass, good-ass, positive-ass attitude, you're not going to understand why people hate me. You and I are going to get along great. So keep it up. I don't know if I think Trump wanted his name on the check, but I genuinely think that he listened to very bad advice. And that's not an excuse because he's the one who did it. Like that, and that's what I've said for years now. I've always told you guys this, and everybody thinks I love Donald Trump. Like, I worship Jesus Christ, you guys. Make no mistake. That's the only person I believe is worthy of my praise. So Donald Trump is not Jesus Christ. And I've always said that was one of the things I really looked down upon Trump, is that he was part of this inflation. He caused a good part of it. Again, I think he had a harder situation to handle because, again, everything that went down at that moment, like I said, a lot of people were scared, but it doesn't matter. He did it. He did that. He put down $1.9 trillion. He put down that money. He signed that bill, said stop the economy. He agreed with everybody. That's him. Again, there's been times people have, even in the chat, there's been times that people said shit and it influenced me. And I was like, fuck. But that's not the chat's fault. It's my fault for listening. That's why I don't blame any of you for saying anything, because you know why? It's my fault if I listen to it. So same thing, even on Trump, whether he had good info, whether it was hard or not, he's a businessman. He took the info, he acted on it, and I think he made the wrong decision. That was in 2020. But then Joe Biden did exactly the same thing, but I think Joe Biden had way better info, and he still made the same mistake as well. They both did it. I have stood by this for years. I've told all of you, because I don't like when the media tries to lie to people and confuse them, and I've told you, real inflation is caused by those types of actions. Donald Trump, Joe Biden adding $4 trillion of new money, that's what causes real inflation. That's what makes your houses go up, your insurance and everything. That's what caused that. Not the other stuff. Not, again, prices are going to go up, tariffs or this. No. It's when you fucking dump all the money there. That's how you fucking have a problem. That's how you get real inflation. That's how you hurt immigrants, non-immigrants, middle class. It's that type of government spending. The answer is always government spending. That's why, whether it's Donald Trump or not, they love to say, blame this, look away, look at this. They every time. Because when it was government spending, they said transitory. Don't look at the government spending. Okay, this time, look at Donald Trump. It's his fault. Don't look at government spending. It's all about government spending. That's always what it's going to be when it comes down to real inflation. That's why nobody talked about inflation until that moment. So that's why I put out a video. I said, let's get rich off of it. We haven't seen anything like that. And then it happened. So it's just a wild concept. But yeah, Donald Trump and Joe Biden made that mistake. Yeah, it hurts. Remember, Bill Ackman bought a stake in him today. Yeah, it was a weird time, dude. But it all happened. And that is sadly it. U.S. plans to use tariff negotiations to isolate China. That was in the morning. Officials plan negotiations with more than 70 nations to ask them to disallow China to ship goods through their countries. The haters keep breaking it in. So I love it, man. I love it. I was just saying, some of you guys, even some of the new guys, I don't know. You guys are very inspiring. Just because I'm seeing some of your first messages and you guys are just positive. I love it. You know what I'm saying? I'm seeing guys, they're like, yo, I separated my account. What a good idea. I love that. You're like, oh, I just started. I love it. So just keep that positivity up. That's what I'm saying, man. If people have problems with me, they just coming in here talking weird shit. And then I got a mouth too, and I could run it as well. And I do the same. So, but if y'all focused on there, I love to see it. So keep it up. Oh, what up, Michael? Who else? There's another one. Is it Blanca or Bianca? Either way, welcome. Woo! I guess. Should I do it now? Because we do have maybe. I didn't think about it. We might have to go to Philo during Powell. Ooh, I know. I didn't realize it. Because I'm looking at the clock. Ooh. Well, that being said, I am the salesman of the year. Can you guys please just buy a membership? I'm going to just try it again while we're here. Because you will get special access. So anybody that says they can't find me, it's because we might have a members only video. So I don't want to like try to like make an ETF and then like scam you and then tell you it's one thing and do the other. I would just rather ask you to just please buy a membership. Okay? Because I've done this every day and it has worked. So until it stops working, I'm going to keep asking. Okay? So CJ! Oh, TK. CJ was organic. CJ, God bless you. CJ say, I got this. Thank you, CJ. Wow, Alejandro. Alex, see? I don't know if I'm the salesman of the year or if we just have the greatest community ever. I don't know which one it is, bro. Okay? This is the same community. In a game of double it or not, they just gave all the money away to the last guy. They don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. Yeah, bond auction in 42 minutes. Top of the hour. Gunmetal. Let's go. It worked. Woo! Even the Twitch. Oh, man. So let's get it, baby. I'd love to see it, man. At this point, most of you are members now. I don't know how we keep finding non-members. So thank you. You and your wife are gonna take a trip to San Diego? Well, I got good recommendations. That's it. You tell me, bro. You tell me what you need. You tell me what you like to eat, what you like to do. I get you an itinerary. Oh, let's go, Kyle, Odin. Let's go, baby. Preforms, motivation, Eric. Woo! Happy Powell Day. What's better than I am? Oh, he said I am. Let's see. Wow, what just happened? That was weird. There's a lot of you guys. Yeah, asking he shall receive. Thank you. I really thought it was only going to be one because I was trying this every day, and every day the numbers started to slow down. So, David, see? Look at what you started. Yeah, you really did. See, so you were a new member, and you were all hella positive and shit. I loved it, man. See? So thank you, all of you. That's what I'm talking about. Woo! Let's go. Welcome. Nice to have you. I read it. I sounded it out. I'm glad he joined, baby. Hey. Workout. Satisfactory. Let's go. Cash ass. Oh, man. Man. You guys, stop it. Okay, stop now. Stop. Someone's in it. They were already getting mad at me. Just watch. Now they be like, stop. He made $20,000 in a month off of it. Fuck yeah. I hate him. So watch out. You're going to make a hater even mad now, you guys. You got to be careful. So you got that. I did not expect that. That was way too many. I'm starting to hate on myself. I'm like, this motherfucker. What the fuck? Fuck this guy. Fuck this dude, bro. Yeah, bro. Fuck that. Yeah, but thank you. I love you. Baby. Let's go. You own a headphone company that imports. Happy to get on a call. Yeah, honestly, we have a couple of chads that I think we should. Because I've heard good and bad, but sadly, I've heard mostly bad. I'm not going to lie to you. Most of the people who have like smaller companies or any small business that really are relying on China shipping, it has been awful. Or they're very uncertain right now. Hey, yo, Michael, Julie, Gary, Mr. Blum, Hudson, BK, yeah, baby, let's go. Hard, wow. I mean, ask and ye shall receive, bro. Because that was crazy. I did not expect that, bro. Wow, Trey, dude, I look first solar. Yo, first solar drop. It's a lot bigger on the low ticker. It's lagging a little, and then Tesla on the low. Ay. Well, welcome all, man. And let's make the most of it, man. Like I said, if any of you guys are new members, call you Thad. All right, Thad, let's get it. I hope I remember that. But for real, man, even then, Tall is the one that kind of started this. Just be positive, you guys, and I really hope, have a good attitude. If you have some good energy, bro, I would love to match your good energy. You know what I'm saying? So I really do appreciate y'all. And like I said earlier, man, I'm very well aware of everything, you guys. And I'm here for you guys. You guys, again, I wouldn't be here. Even the fact whether I didn't make money prior or now I make money off of this shit. The fact is, there would be nobody here if it wasn't for you guys. So, like I'm saying, man, I want to make the best of it. And two, just don't forget, you share the space as well. So, although it may sound like I'm just talking to you, there's thousands of people in here. So at the end of the day, man, I love it. Let's get some good vibes, and no matter what, let's stay locked in. What do you call the girl? I call the girls Chad. I don't discriminate. That's it. We love the ladies. We do love the ladies in here. We got a few Chadettes, I guess is what you could call them. But it's definitely, you're outnumbered. It's like 9-1. But ladies, I will tell you, I have a special service for the ladies. It's very rare, but if you're ever like, oh, I like that guy in the Chad, and maybe you're like, oh, maybe that Chad in the Chad is my future husband, I can offer you a free Chad fax service, and I could send you their whole Chad fax so that you can see if your potential mate is up to your standards. So let me know if you're interested, and you send me their username, and I will send that over to you. Yeah, that way you could do a little background check. Eli Arroyo, what up, baby? Thought you were already in here. All right, you got a little pop. U.S. plans to use tariffs. Old. Planta. Let's go. Can guys do that with girls? No. Because girls don't, like, snitch on themselves in the chat room like that. No. Dude, Boeing's still going up. That's hilarious. The play won't go up higher, though. So 200% on the bid, 400 on the ask. You're a single dad of 2 boys. No baby mama was good. I mean, where did you get the kids? Did you adopt? How do you have no baby mama but 2 kids? I'm just genuinely curious. BM. Now there's BM right there. The irony. Timmy. Yo, whoa. That got dark real fast. What the fuck? Calm down, Timmy. I'm a big fan of you. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I love you. See, y'all gonna make me. Do you not get it? I'm about to be so much nicer. Do you guys not realize that? I love it. Oh my God. Look at all these positive ass people. Just nice. They're like, here you go, Josh. I wanted to join. I'm going to join. I'm going to be like, yeah, I love being here. Oh, my God. Oh, I separated my account. Oh, my, like, wow. Well, I love it. And remember, though, you guys, above all else, you got to get a long-term, though. Okay? We got to get a long-term. We got to get a long-term. That is the really, really big deal. Can we get a terminal back with all this support? No, but I'm going to ban you. Because in the middle of all this support, you have just tried to turn it to weird conversations. So I'll keep all the supporting people and then get rid of the people who are asking for more and more and more. And I'll keep the people who are just appreciative to be here for right now. And that's how we could work it away. Simple, just like that. See? That's how it works. We be here for the right reason and then, yeah, make the most of it. It sucks we haven't moved. We got Powell in like an hour. Literally 1 hour, 3 minutes. So not too much waiting left. Glad I became a member. Let's go. I guess you're only banned for a quarter. So if you did get banned, we will talk about it in June. I don't think they're going to cut rates. It's funny because people have talked about that today. It's the second time. I think Tall asked me that. But I don't think we're going to get a rate cut today. The best case, he talks about it or gives you, some guidance. But I think he might say what Besant said. They're probably going to talk about how they have tools and they can if the labor market drops. But I don't think he's going to do that. Yeah, it'd be very weird if he did a cut. But if he did, let me put it this way. If he did do a cut, we have a major problem. Do you know what I'm saying? So if today he comes out at the Chicago Economic Board and during this random-ass lunch, he's like, hey, we got to cut rates right now. And they're like, we just came here for dinner, for breakfast. He's like, no, cut rates right now. They're like, this isn't even an official meeting. And he's like, no, I know. We got to cut. That would be shocking. And I think there would be a real big downside. But given the context, he is at the Chicago Board of Economics or whatever. It's just a dinner. It's like a lunch. He's going to talk about the economy, answer some questions. There should be no rate cut on the table. That's what I'm saying. He might talk about it if they ask him about it. And then best case, he gives you guidance, but he won't. But yeah, that's it. Then we'll see. He could, well, that's a good comment right there. Because I don't think he'll mention quote unquote QE, but he might talk about that tapering and the bond stuff that we were discussing. Signed our purchase agreement. First flip, baby. Let's go. Thank you, man. Thank you for listening. And thank your future self says thank you as well. Alejandro, Nikita, welcome. What happened? There it is. There it is. Mm-hmm. Fed hammock, not appropriate to respond to every twist and turn on the markets. Yes, it's only appropriate to respond when the market is not twisting or turning right before the election. That is appropriate. So I agree. You shouldn't respond to data as it moves after a quarter, but a month ahead of the election, after the data has been relatively stable, I think that's appropriate to react to. At the all-time high, yes. Especially, that's even more appropriate. But to respond to every twist and turn, no, that's weird. Yeah, so what's going to happen? Powell comes on in an hour. Around like 5 minutes before, he might have a pre-written statement. So we might get all of the headlines right ahead of it. So we will see. The jobs data was terrible in August and September. I don't think it was. I don't think any data, it was that bad in August, September. I think at the moment it felt bad. But now after seeing how the data played, none of it was bad at all. I mean, I could probably find your favorite. You could pull up any set almost and kind of see. Yeah. Like retail sales that whole quarter just running up. You had 1.1 decline after. So yeah, we were reacting to like the little blip. But again, hopefully that makes my joke even funnier. Because we were reacting to every little thing right ahead of the election. And now after a 20% decline, the biggest trade policy shift in 100 years, and all these other things, they're like, no, that's not appropriate to react. So yeah, that's go any data, go see it. And then again, not to mention one of the most pivotal elections was on the table too, and the Fed literally cut. And was it by double? It's crazy. They're chilling there. Prince Ali, Ali Abi, Ali Abab. Welcome Will and Alejandro Martinez. And then there's Marcus Hanlon. And Ione starts out the long term. And then there was but 100 chance I didn't get to see Prince Ali, Ali. Sorry, we were doing that yesterday. Welcome. There is Japan talks today. So we will be hearing from some trade minister from Japan, and we're going to find out whether or not they came to an agreement with the United States. Everyone's waiting, bro. It's a big day. That's what sucks. I mean, remember, we just went from the biggest move in years. Then all of a sudden, last 2 days, slow. Then today was like the biggest day of data. We got the biggest gap, the biggest move so far. And then now you just have these wild swings. Bonds are finally up. Currencies, gold. There's a lot more today. There is a big auction today, too. I don't know how important it's going to be, but pretty much 30 minutes before Powell, there is a 20-year bond auction. Oh, yeah, I forgot that. Dude, you're right. Not only did the data, dude, they revised it all too. So not only did the data barely move ahead of the election, and then they still cut rates, any of that data all got revised too. So whatever you acted on after they acted was revised away and wasn't really real. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, Timmy. Prayer request meeting with our nonprofit donor today. Well, fill out the prayer request wall, and I got you, baby. Good luck. Chewy popping and U.S. Steel and Carlo. Oh, my goodness. So many Chads, bro. Wow, that was a good ask. That was a good one, bro. 80 to welcome, dude. My goodness. I mean, the bullish news on Tesla was the California numbers. Although they dropped year over year, Tesla still is like 50%, 49% of the Cali EV market. Have you ever gotten a prayer request that you couldn't do? I mean, I pray for everybody. Even then, even if some stuff I don't understand, I just pray for what I don't understand. And that's it. And I just pray for the people. Even then, I had people, they would even send like crazy things on the prayer request wall. I still pray for them. Like I've had people send me death threats and like talk shit on the prayer request wall. But I just pray for them, you know, because I'm like, dude, if you really went to a video, found out about a prayer request wall, got to the link, filled out the form, it's like, you know, I'm like, you kind of lonely in a way. I'm going to pray for that in that. Like, I'm sure, you know, it's not the best right now if that is what you thought was a good choice. Well, that's the thing. I don't talk about the prayer requests. That's the whole point. So, yeah. I would fill it out and call it a day. Yeah, we got a couple of data revisions, but so far under Trump, I mean, I haven't heard anything wild. All right, and then you're coming back down. Sadly, this was the weirdest move of the day, and it seemed like bad news was good news. And then right at Euro close, you have not gone any higher. And then we're waiting for Powell just under an hour. So getting a little closer. Alibaba. I do remember. I miss it, bro. That's what because I don't have that place. I don't live in that condo anymore. So I used to have this house, and I had this giant ass window overlooking the water, bro. It was beautiful. And right next to it, I put all of your guys' prayer requests. You know that? So I don't have a big window like that anymore that I look out of every day. I do, but it's just different. It's not the same one. But yeah, I literally would put all of your guys' prayer requests on the wall, and then I would pray for you because every time I'd look out the window, I pray for you. Okay, you're going down a little lower. It's cool, but I need to do that again, bro. I don't know. It was just something about that view. It was very, like, mesmerizing. And that's why I was like, I don't know. It only felt right. Maybe I should appreciate my other view a little bit more. Okay, you're going damn. Bro, Tesla really flushed. I'm mad, though. I don't think those options would have hit. I got like 20%. They hit max 30. Oh, the VIX. Those actually came up a little. Yeah, the VIX are back to break even. They went negative for a little. I mean, I think 5,300 is big. Like I was telling you guys, this is even weird that we're here. You're kind of setting up points like 5,360, but like low key, we don't really stay here. Last time we were in the 50, you either go above 5,400 or below 53. There's no like 5,350. We never do that. You live in Chicago, you want to buy a GT3 RS, a dealer, don't go to a dealer. They're going to fuck you. So even on all the Porsches, people scam. There's a really weird price premium on them. But I would just go to somebody I'd go to like a little car shop that sells luxury vehicles. I know a couple people, but email me whatever the budget is and what you're looking for. But I would shop around for a car like that if you're really serious about it. But the dealers will wash you on a purchase like that. They hate you. Oh, you're right back to open. They they let the VIX come back up, but that's it. They just fucked everybody again. So they already, think about it. My straddle was already fucked off the morning, and then you had the UVXY 100. They fucked you with this move, and then you come back down. Now you got double screwed. And then, I was like, wait, Spike, you're still down 1-2. This is a 2% day. Again, it's been a while since we've done anything like this. The deposit got you over 20% cash. Do you need to buy something right away? No. That's a beauty. No such thing as I need to do something right away. Oh, my God. But now that you're above the cash value, you got to start, you got to really start shopping. I'm not really in any. I just have plays from yesterday. More individuals. I got a UVXY. That's about it. $500 million under Trump. CPB says latest tariffs have generated $500 million. Well below Trump's estimate. Yeah, bro. I thought it was supposed to be $2 billion a day. Can you believe it? $2 billion a day. That's how much we're making. 2 billion. Yeah, so the Customs Board, I think that's Customs, CBP, says $500 million. That's really low. But then that doesn't make sense. Then what is everybody crying about? Because I'm telling you, I've talked to people with businesses, and they're saying they can't order, they can't do this. But then some people are not really, they're like, oh, it's not even being enforced. Could be lagging. Fed hammock, hearing lots of uncertainty from businesses about economy. From Sweden. Wow. Well, welcome, baby. Sweden. I want to go to Sweden. Don't tell my girlfriend. She'll get mad. Because she'll be like, go to Switzerland. And then all Americans think Switzerland is Sweden. So, either way, love it. We do got a decent amount of Europeans. Oh, 2 Tessies? I thought that was Nivda. But watch Boeing, too. That one's going up, but they won't let the premiums go. That one hit, though. And then SPY, bro, we're just chilling till Powell. So I'd lock in loosely. I mean, you don't need to force it, but at this point, after a big drop, big pop, big drop, and now chilling, I don't think anything's going to happen until we get that. Yeah, 15 minutes for bond auction. So you'll actually get a little bit of a catalyst. But I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. I'll BRB.
Sort of budget he's going to put out in the May timeframe. So what are your defense picks this year, and has it changed from last year? Defense picks this year, I would say defense valuations are trading in line with the market. So people have gotten into defense as they've seen the market volatility. The time to play defense was probably over the last month. It seems like we've gone through a recession in the last month and out of it already, as you can see by the airline share prices starting to work. So the name we have a buy on is LHX. They are known as a disruptor in the industry. They are a supplier on most products versus making the actual aircraft or the submarine, et cetera. So we think they'll be able to gain share in a defense environment without having major program exposure. L3 Harris, and things like parts and importing parts, they're not going to have the same trouble as, say, the car makers for their aluminum and whatever other metals or rare earths they might need? The best thing about defense, and that's why investors hit out in this sector for the last month, is there's really limited risk, whether it's your cost of goods sold. Most of the material is purchased in the U.S. with maybe a very few exceptions, but keep in mind volumes. 150 F-35s is what we make a year, not like 1,500 planes a year. So small quantities makes it easier to substitute. Sheila, I'm sure you've spoken to more clients in the last week than you have in the last month, or maybe more than that. What's the primary concern? Are they getting frantic? Investors just want to see the best environment where they could perform in terms of stocks. So they're looking at it overall in terms of their industrial portfolios. And investors really like aerospace and even defense and airlines into that versus other subsectors in the industrial markets. Commercial aerospace tends to do really well, even in a recession, just because global traffic continues to grow, and there's a very repeated recurring maintenance cycle that happens every 6 years, regardless of how often the plane really flies. It's a mandated requirement. So it's looked at as a safe haven. It tends to outperform in boom times and outperform in down recessionary scenarios. So most investors are calling to seek out the best commercial aerospace stocks. The best of both worlds. And maybe Scott Kirby has given a model now to the rest of the industry, bimodal guidance throughout. Sheila, thank you so much for making time for us today. That is Sheila Kayoglu of Jefferies there with us. Coming up, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell set to speak next hour at an event in Chicago. Tariffs, jobs, and inflation all weighing on the Fed's mind.
All right. I had to get a protein, bro. It's kind of early, but I'm a little hungry. I don't know. Powell gets me excited. The bond auction, it's how we get money, like the whole America. So they sell bonds every 2 weeks. This is how we fund everything. And they auction it off to banks in other countries and investors. So we get the auction, and depending on if it's good or bad, people react to it. Not usually, believe it or not. You know, in my last, 5 years of streaming on YouTube, I don't think people cared about a bond auction until literally recently, like this last 12 months maybe. I think end of last year till like now, or like 2020, beginning of 24, 23 till now, people started caring about them just because the bonds have been very, very bad. But other than that, it is The auction comes out, and then depending on the demand, if it's a higher yield after auction, that means there was less demand and it was bad. And then if there's a lower yield, then it's good. Recent market moves somewhat unusual and hard to interpret, says Fed Hammock. Or? Fed Hammock, market-based inflation are well-behaved. What if they're buying, they believe? Well, that's the thing. So far, do you guys realize that every official has shot down the whole China dumping rumor? Are you guys aware of that? So, Bessent, Hammock, all of them. Every Fed person, even Bessent, there's someone else. They all shot down this rumor. Even then, Japan made a statement the other day. Japan said they will not use their treasuries as part of trade negotiations. It's actually very separate. Long story short, if these countries did try to use the bond auction as a trade tool, that would be very escalatory. It would not be that would not be a good thing, if that makes any sense. So that's like another level. Nobody would really threaten that. That's why, again, Japan, they own the most amount of U.S. debt. They're not going to, even if they don't like our trade policy, it's kind of off limits. Yeah, you don't really want to do that. But other than that, most people are thinking it's there, but most Fed people have shot this down already. And most countries shouldn't let trade get involved into what they're doing with the bonds. Are you considered a Chad if you bought the YouTube membership? No, I think it's more based on like the principles you follow in life over a long amount of time. Yeah, DXF, whatever this is, Pop. Sorry, that's your small cap runner. Bitcoin's still holding, honestly. Bitcoin ran early and held. You're right. Bitcoin does look like the bonds. It's a good take. That's weird, but I don't know why that should happen. But yeah, when I look at TLT, that does look just like it. Because they had the pop and then they held, but stocks came down. And we gapped down. The Fed Hammock looks like inflation expectations are reasonably close to desired level. Again, DXF, whatever that is, that keeps hitting the high ticker. I don't know. Yeah, right? I feel like Fed Hammock comments have been coming in for an hour. Tesla's drop. Let me go check that one put. It went up a little bit. So puts from the morning would have actually held. McDonald's dropping. Shane, welcome. Well, welcome for welcoming Abraham. Meta's been flat. You guys remember Meta at the beginning of the year? Remember when everything was dumping and then Meta kept going up? You remember that? It was like $100 for no reason. And then it just sold off. The day China calls, the market is going to go nuts. It will. I mean, that's what happened in 2018. The first sign of like a trade deal with China, that was a glorious day. And I think that's still the case here now, too. I mean, you saw the other trade deal pausing reciprocals. Make no mistake, once we already get that, if we get China backing off or like it goes from talking shit to working together, oh yeah, that'll be glorious. You're goated. You think the game I spit for free is already a blessing? Well, I appreciate it, baby. Thank you. This is. You guys are kind of weirding me out, man. Y'all been way too nice today. I don't know if it's Jerome Powell or not, but I fuck with it. So good work. I appreciate y'all, man. You have no idea. I don't know if it's market optimism. I have no idea, actually. What could it be? Because today you did kind of wake up to a little bit of your biggest gap down of the week. Tractor Supply. Oh, dude. Okay, I don't know. Can I tell you guys something off topic? I don't know. This is the time to tell you. Dude, when I was in Miami, I drove by a bass fishing pro. Holy, I see why some of y'all are rednecks, bro. I have never seen a Bass Pro Fishing shop. Dude, this place looked like Disneyland. No, bro. No, dude, I was tripping. I've never seen one in life like that. Like real life, I've never witnessed that. Bro, it was like 100 boats in the parking lot. They had big boats, small boats, fast boats, slow boats, colorful boats. Bro, I feel like that's how a redneck gay pride parade would look. Because I was shocked, bro. I was like, what? I saw from the window. Dude, this building was massive. And then there's like the big river thing. And I'm like, I see this. All of this is driving by it, dude. And, bro, everything I see in there, I'm like, it looked insane. The golf carts, they had lifted one, small one, everything, bro. And I was tripping out, and I was like, what is this place? And I was like, no, they're really about that out here, huh? And it blew my mind, bro. Yeah, I forgot to share that with you. I didn't even go inside, no. I saw all of this from the outside. I saw the waterfall from the outside. That's why I was like, what? Yeah, Bitcoin's climbing. Bonds haven't gone yet. SPY still hasn't moved, but yeah, keep your eyes out for that. I think you guys have. Yeah, bro, it blew my mind, dude. It blew my mind. We do not have those in California. And if you do, they don't look like that. I did not go inside. No, I just drove by it. Well, you think I'm going to stop by Bass Pro Fishing? I've never caught a fish in my life. There's one in Rancho Cucamonga. It don't go hard like that. I'll drive by. I'll see. But that was my first, like, wow. I got to see it. I want to fish. I have fished. I just never caught one. I'm really bad at it. Isn't that funny? Because, like, I'm hella patient with stocks. I feel like I go fishing for stocks. But I have not caught a real fish. I was young, but I've never caught a fish. Bongs in 3 minutes? You mean bonds, right? That's crazy work that your autocorrect goes to bong. Apple was like, yo, he probably means bong. Isn't that even your phone trying to hold you back in life, bro? Your phone's like, nah, bro, I know you. You don't care about the bonds. You meant bong. Yeah, you want to know if fixed income is percolating. You meant bong auction. Yeah, just go to, would you like the suggestions for closest smoke shop? For the bong auction? The only thing high around here is bongs, not yields. Oh, you meant bong auction. What a op. Your phone trying to keep you down, bro. Go down to the Keys. I wanted to see the Keys. It's just so far. I just want to drive on that road. Palantir's still selling. That's been like that all day. Tesla near the low. It's funny because the low ticker is still kind of active, actually. Let's get a checkup real quick. Because it was like, what? SPY had most of the down names today. Dow Jones, 8 green, 22 red. That's literally the same as the morning. NASDAQ, 18 green, 83 red. That's a little worse. And then SPY, 191 green. It actually got a little better. 310 red. Look up Bass Pro in Memphis. All right, man. You just paid me. And Chad, I saw Chad say that. I'm like, I'm not going to Memphis. Okay, watch out. You're going lower. Like I told you, the low ticker is like weird. Now it's picking up. Look, it was weird because we were moving, but like the low ticker was like in half. It wouldn't go hard like to the downside. And now whatever that move was just caused it. No headline. Oh, shit. Treasury, when issued, 4.814. Okay. Auction. Yeah. Bong auction for some of you. For others, it's a bond auction. So 4.814 is the when issued. Or I guess the THC content before auction. I don't know how to give you an analogy related to the pot. But the when issued, 4.81. Oh, that's like buying weed before tax. Legally. 4.81. We'll see what the net comes out to after first-time customer discount and taxes. Yes, I have smoked weed, you guys. That's how I know this. I know. They're like, oh my gosh, how does he know about the first-time discount? The fuck? Wait till you guys find out I know about sex, too. I know. And look at that. You can still read your Bible. Isn't that funny? All right, I put up the wire because you'll get it. 4.814. Higher is bad, lower is good. Right, no one's talking. We're waiting. Bond auction, 4.814. You guys keep saying prove it. I'm just holding back. You know that, right? I already have a pre-generated clapback. I am just being nice to you. Okay? Because you guys were so nice to me today, I'm going to just hold this one in the chamber until I get the bond details. So I'll just let y'all just know. I'm letting y'all slide, okay? I did used to vape on stream. 4.810. Positive. Not that positive, but literally 0.004. But slightly better. But that's 3 bond auctions in a row that are good. Yeah, very small. It was good, though. But that's the thing. End of the day, all of whatever everybody... That's what I'm saying. Whatever narrative we keep hearing about, none of it makes sense. That's it. Just if you're telling me foreigners aren't buying, they're literally buying. You know what I'm saying? It's like people aren't buying bonds. No, they're literally buying the worst type of bonds. And then they're not buying the short end of the curve. Like, it's actually very, very wild. And then, even then, like I told you, like the earnings, everybody's scared. You haven't had like one really bad earnings yet. So, very weird. Yeah, these usually have the lowest demand, too. So I'm saying every long duration bond auction has been good. Okay, bid to cover was 2.63. Wow. That's high, I think. I don't know what the other one was. I'm pretty sure that's a high bid to cover. So I think a lot of people are just buying to cover their bonds. That would make more sense. Because then otherwise the demand doesn't really make sense. Oklo and NNE, California considers bid to build a nuclear. Wow, that's big. Yo, NNE and Oklo. Cali nuclear. Oh, it's already fading? That's big news. I feel like that's a really big piece of news. But NNE's already fading. Be careful. That might be hard to trade, but in my mind, I see that as good news. Yeah, check SMR too. They may move a little bit more. We hit one of them usually. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to play it. But that's good. I like that news. I just don't like these. That should have more follow through. It didn't, though. So watch. Maybe everyone's just waiting for Powell. I'm not playing it, but I think that's good news. Some chads are saying it's old. That would make sense then. But the only other news I heard prior was that just Oklo getting government contracts. That was the only earlier one. Other than that, I do think if California did allow nuclear, I think that's broadly some good news. No bad news on the wire, no. Actually, your only bad news today was met with a rally. Okay, Oklo's ripping. They might go, bro. Like I said, I don't like the follow-through, but it's kind of there. Bro, sadly, I think Oklo is just the one that moves. You meant to put that in a Discord, so do you want me to ban you for being off topic, or do you want me to ban you for promoting a Discord? Which one? Well, you figure that out while I figure out a play. I'm debating on whether or not I play this. I don't like SMR and NE, and the Oklo's not bad. Just Oklo's just hella scammy. It's an honest mistake. Well, you should have retracted it. Now all you have left is your Discord. I'll see you next quarter. Thank you. That's it. That's how I feel about all of it, guys. Go to whatever community you want, and I hope they take care of you. But if you're going to muddy the waters in any way, if you make a mistake in the chat, just delete it before I see it. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I hope they all take care of you. Shares, but I don't want shares because then if all of this dies, I don't want to hold it. I think Oklo will move on day. I just like that headline, but I don't like the reaction. Someone said it was earlier. It was old, but Oklo is just the one that moves with everything. So a headline on nuclear, Oklo always moves. But then that's it. Everything else is chills. The Thailand meetup? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, some of them already went. Take thumbs up, baby. Trade options and futures. I like options on E-Trade and TD, futures on TD only. I hate futures on E-Trade. They're terrible. I ever try to buy puts on the news pops. Only if I think it's cap. I just either don't play it or buy a call if it's bullish or if it's like downside news. So that's it. Someone asked me that a couple weeks ago. They're like, why do you only play calls? And I'm like, you just got to pay attention because sometimes the news is bad and we'll hit a put. I hit a put on one of those medical ones like 2 weeks ago. So, but generally, I've never tried to like fade a headline like that with a put. Usually, I think it's better through like dollar for dollar on like a equity. What do you think about perpetuals on crypto? I literally think any contract in perpetuity is literally a deal with the devil, no? Because feel like only principalities would make a deal referencing perpetuity. So just be careful, especially with crypto. But I don't really trade those. Yeah. Okay, still going lower. Bond trying to catch a bid. Oh, dude. No, I did look at Memphis, but something happened. Just look. I'm not typing anything. I looked it up. I think I got my ADD. Yeah, I forgot, bro. I typed it out, and then I forgot. I think we had to react to these candles. Or the bond auction. That's what it was. Yeah. No, it was bond auction. Whoa. Oh, now we're talking. How do I go inside? Yeah. No. It's a hotel? Bro. What white guy made this fucking pyramid bass shop? Because he knows how to connect with my people. I will go this weekend. I'm kind of down. I was going to go somewhere else. I was going to go on like a baby camping trip. But I'm kind of down to pivot to Memphis. That's awesome. Am I diagnosed with ADD for real? So I did have a psychiatrist diagnose me with ADD. But that's just because I wanted to get Adderall in college. And then I wanted a special advantage for a test. But everybody thought I had ADD my whole life. And every time I would tell my mom, she would beat the shit out of me. So I did fake my ADD thing, but I'm pretty sure I have it. Technically on paper I do, but I think it was a lie. But then mama would beat the shit out of me if I said I had it. So I don't know. I'll let you be the judge. Bonds a little bit. Aqua, they already came down, so I'm glad Well, let's see. Would those puts have hit? Because homeboy was just asking me if I ever bought puts. Would you have made money? I don't think you would have. Yeah, you would have made like 20%, 10%. You have to go near the money. Yeah, and the spreads are wide, though. Is Adderall addictive? Yeah. You know what the thing nobody tells you about? Just for all of you guys who do a lot of Adderall, is that when you stop, it's going to feel like you saw the devil. I hope you guys know that. So it was difficult stopping Adderall, but I remember some people, bro, like when you stop, if you do Adderall every day and then you stop, dude, it like fucks with people's emotions like really bad. Yeah, it's nasty, dude. Like it's actually like it's vicious. Yeah. No, just a weird one. So yeah, just be careful. Japan antitrust watchdog warns major hotels over rate collusion. Ooh. That should be bullish for Airbnb, but no. Yeah, Nikkei, that's coming out now. Do I trade on Adderall? No, I haven't done Adderall in like a decade, dude. No, I think I did it before a decade, but I don't fuck with that shit no more. Nothing happened, no. I just had Japan. I'm looking. We had the bond auction, and that was good. Like I said, the bond auction was solid. Like, actually, I'm actually shocked. Bro, I'm telling you, yeah, caffeine is all you need. You guys realize coffee is a drug, right? You guys know that. You are all druggies. I'm a druggie, too. That's why I fucking love my caffeine. But you know caffeine is just like a socially acceptable drug, right? No, like you're aware of that, right? Like it affects your nerves. It affects your nervous system. It's addiction. It stimulates you. Like it's like literally a drug. Caffeine is literally, that's like borderline. It does what any other drug does. So it's just socially acceptable. That's all. Nobody looks down on you when you're like, I need a coffee. I take coffee and I have bowel movements. I'm like, you should get that checked out. I don't think, I have 5 coffees a day. But I drink a lot of caffeine. I'm a crackhead. And you're not going to lie. I hope I don't get banned, but I do some lines before you trade. Well, here's the deal. You knew I was going to ban you for that. So I'll put the ball in your court. You have to email me a picture of a line or an empty baggie with today's date, and then I'll unban you. Because otherwise, I'm just banning you for being a liar about something you don't really do. Not only is the content that you mentioned kind of inappropriate, even though we are kind of talking about it, I'm just going to ban you for capping, trying to look cool. You see what I'm saying? That's what you're getting punished for. Not for what you said. It's just because I don't believe you. I just think you're a liar. I don't think you really are about that life, because most of the people that really do that, they don't go and tell everybody on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Because they're probably doing a line right now. They don't have time for this shit. You see what I'm saying? They're like, fuck this Josh guy. I need fucking, where's that fucking play at? Where's fucking Powell? Where the fuck's Powell at? Fuck Josh. Fuck Josh. Fuck him. Fuck Josh. Fucking Josh. I don't care what the fuck Josh said. The fuck you know he said last time. That's what it's more like. Believe me, I have friends who have done that, so I know. But yeah, email me the evidence. Otherwise, you're going to be permanently banned. So thank you for shopping at Stock Market Live. That's it. Damn. Reverse repo. $54 billion. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a bunch of bad. Honestly, though, I'll tell you this, because you guys should be very careful. So one of my good friends from college almost died 2 weeks ago. Okay? So be very careful. I saw my other friend from college, and he's like, yeah, bro, we almost lost another homie. And I said, what? And he said, yeah. You know why? Because he bought a bag of blow, and it was laced with Fet. And his girlfriend, thank God she came home because he was passed out unconscious on the floor. He had to get Narcan and everything. So thank God he's alive. So all jokes aside, though, be very careful if you guys are dealing with any like street drugs, especially with the whole like cartels or terrorist organizations now. You know, there's some supply chain issues, so it may not be safe for the consumers. Be careful. Yeah, my other friend died like that, like actually. So that was a couple years ago. Be careful, bro. That was like 2 weeks ago. So don't be dumb. Well, yeah, like it's a joke, but people don't get it. Supply chain issue, but like what do you think happens to drugs when they run into like shipping problems? Do you think these people try to not make money? What are you saying? You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like, so if you mean to tell me I can't move as much product and I'm limited, what are they going to start doing? They're going to start chopping it up and mixing it with God knows what. So yeah, be careful. That's kind of the negative externality of all of this shit. Because you're like, oh, it'll be good to slow down drugs and tariffs. But the weird part is that the weird middle ground, it gets kind of more dangerous as people are kind of adjusting to these new things. And yeah, like no one cares. They're selling drugs. So you don't really have too much quality control. Hey, Aucklo's coming back up if you guys want to double dip. I didn't take one yet. I want to, but I think they're shit. I like that news, though. I don't think Powell's going to say shit. As much as I love you guys and I love that you come here for Powell, he ain't going to say shit, big dog. Again, it'll be interesting. He might have a couple of comments that captures our attention, but I don't think he's going to say anything really material. He shouldn't. But you never know. You never know. Again, I don't know why. Apparently, everyone's saying he's going to do something. I think you guys have just been hyped up. I mean, Powell's important, and we got to pay attention. I said it the other day. At any given moment, Powell can make himself important. Just remember, he is one of the most important men on this planet. You haven't seen Powell go out and do all this stuff, but when it's all said and done, I mean, Powell is, all he has to do is just say one thing specifically this or that, and then you'd be good. I know, yeah, right? TLT right off reverse repo. Doesn't make sense. It does. It means everyone's losing money. Not losing, but the liquidity is extremely low. You guys know that, right? So even then, that's what that reverse repo kind of indicates. It's just that there's less money, but then that was a good bond auction. People are saying reverse repos have just got cut in half again. So maybe there's less money floating around, but that is a weird move, especially compared to what we have today. I don't think it is foreign investors avoiding U.S. That's not what the bond auction showed. And if it is the repos, that would be the opposite. I think that's U.S. money, and I think people maybe realizing there's not much liquidity, and then they want to shore up a little more. But I'll show you this. This is what I brought up yesterday on the watch list. I think a lot of people are kind of being lied to. Because I lied to myself, kind of. Because it seems like as of late, all of this talk about like going to Europe and leaving America, it seems like it's been massive, right? You got it, Raul. Hold on. So see, watch of any of the other currencies, but yeah, that was just your first big. You gave up that little, whatever that little computer run up. You just gave it all up in one. Yeah, no, this chart blows my mind too. Because, again, everybody's talking about like, oh, everybody, American exceptionalism is over. Leave America. We don't trust America. You're destroying the partnerships or relationships, right? You've heard all this, right? Even then, it doesn't matter if it's evidence, factual or not. The bonds go down. Somebody's going to be like, they're dumping bonds. No one wants to buy a bond. It's like, okay, well, this chart is showing you underweight versus overweight. Europe, Asia, emerging market, and then U.S. compared to the rest of the world index. So the point is, everything you've gone through recently, this year is right here. Do you not know what this is telling you? That means the whole go underweight America, go overweight the rest of the world. This has actually been happening since the end of 2023. So actually right now, the range didn't really change too much. And I thought this was fascinating. I think this actually blows my mind because I've seen the dollar. I've seen Europe start off the best opening ever. I've seen a lot of it, but I'm like, what? You would think that this was way, way bigger, but in reality, the deleveraging from America kind of already happened well in advance. And I don't know how to interpret that. So, yeah. Your friend at Van. I mean, well, it makes sense. You and I, all the Chads, we were buying international 2 years ago. Again, it was cheap. It was just really, even I didn't want it, but we bought it. We bought BABA. And some people, like even end of the year before Trump, I was telling you that's one of those moves, but the last month felt vicious. The last month felt, I got even my sister, do we not buy 401k? People are like, America, ruined trading partners. And it seems like you just went through like this historically wild washout and everybody just took their money. They didn't care about the price, but that chart, underweight, overweight, I mean, people are already underweight America for the last like 2-3 years. Literally based on what it was. I think it has to do with valuation. I just think America was led by 7 stocks and then everywhere else was just cheap. That's why Trump won, maybe. I mean, the point is the money already moved to Europe. I don't know any other way to put it to you, or this idea of like maybe we overstated American exceptionalism in the beginning because people were already moving money out, or at least they were willing to go underweight America, overweight other equities 2-3 years ago. Eric is part of those material plays. What if we have a lot of gold? That doesn't, it's the companies. That's what people are investing in. Powell is going to be live in 2 minutes. Yeah, what the fuck? My bad. Yeah, I think he is. And then RFK's autism study. That will be beginning. Oh, nice. Yep. All right, guys, get ready. They've started the live video. No feed. But yeah, Jerome Powell will be beginning any given minute. So about 1 minute he will actually begin, but yeah, we already got him ready to go. So no pre-written statement. So you guys have the wire up, right? Yeah. So watch, if anything is pre-written, this wire is going to start flashing red and you'll see everything. So if there is going to be an early jump, it's going to show up on here. But other than that, just be prepared to vibe on with it, man. That's it, yeah, bro. Powell. Any given moment. Whoa! White House says immediate. Nah, this could be Powell. There might be a pre-written statement. I don't see it yet, but yep, Fed. I have it on another one. Fed Chair Powell positioned to wait for greater clarity, considering any change. Well positioned to wait. So yeah, that's stupid. He's just saying we're not gonna fucking cut. Well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any change. It's fake. Honestly, you could keep dumping on that, but okay, now at or near maximum employment, inflation. Oh wait, the wire. Yeah, no. Why isn't this loading? This one's not working. At or near maximum employment, a bit above 2% has come down. Says strong first quarter imports to weigh on GDP growth.
Everyone, once again, please welcome past chair of the club, Deborah Caffer.
Okay, sharp decline in business household sentiment and elevated uncertainty. Restricting, says PCE likely rose 2.3. Inflationary effects could be more persistent. Depends ultimately on inflation expectations. I think it's hella neutral. He's just saying, though, if inflation does depend on other things, we're going to have another problem. And then I think the fact he just threw out this whole rate cut idea. Does that make sense? I legit think everybody thought he was going to cut rates for some odd reason, and now he's not. And then, yeah, here you go. All right, it's a big drop on the SPY. It could just be another tantrum. Yeah, low key. But see, that's it. I just think motherfuckers wanted a rate cut. That's it, because everyone was asking me that today for some odd reason, even though it's not even a live meeting. But, yeah, I think that's it. And then he's saying inflation and expectations. Okay, I'm waiting. I have a play, but I didn't grab this SPY. I'm waiting. But the individual plays I wanted haven't even moved. I'm glad. I would have lost money if I took any of these. I'm saying that was kind of weird. He literally said, all he said was just be careful of inflation expectations. We're not going to move much. And then we're well positioned to wait. That's it. But he just said inflation could be a problem if expectations are a problem. I think that's bad. But other than that, our obligation, keep him. Again, I'm still getting the headline, so the pre-written statement is out.
Guess two of the firmament of economics
and then Japan
finance.
Fair Trade
First,
issuing warning on
let
hotels.
Me introduce the moderator, my friend and professor at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business, Dr. Raghu Rajan, the Catherine Dusick Miller Distinguished Service Professor. He is a world expert on banking, corporate finance, economic development, author of numerous award-winning books, was himself as a scholar winner of the Fisher Black Prize, which goes to the greatest financial researcher under age 40. He's since over age 40, but he was the inaugural winner. He is a member of the group of 30 and he was the 23rd governor of the Reserve Bank of India, and before that, chief economist and director of research at the International Monetary Fund. You probably know him as a regular contributor to the Financial Times. He speaks extensively on economic and financial issues. Please give a warm welcome.
Yeah, he said inflation expectation. That's why I said it's not good. Because he just said inflation is not even that big of a problem, but inflation expectations,
and then
that
our
could be. I didn't make a play, though. I don't really like
Jerome
these.
Powell, the 16th chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. As head of the U.S. Central Bank, as you know, Chair Powell plays a crucial role in the country's monetary policy, oversees major financial institutions, and maintains economic and financial stability in this country. He was first appointed
I was like, where'd my
as a
highlight
board
ticker go?
member of the Fed by President Obama in 2012. He was subsequently elevated to chair of the Fed by President Trump in 2018, and then renominated to his post by President Biden in 2021. He has the respect of members of both parties, and I believe that no one as Fed chair has ever had to deal with more and varied challenging issues than Chair Powell has had to deal with. From the pandemic,
Yeah, bro, 2-year
to
even
fighting
drop?
inflation,
This is
to
weird,
bank
bro.
runs, and on. His leadership at the Fed has been a steady hand and one of the all-time greats. Before coming to the Fed, Chair Powell was a visiting scholar at the Bipartisan Policy Center in Washington, D.C. He first entered public service at the Treasury Department under President George H.W. Bush, with responsibility for financial institutions, the Treasury debt market, related areas. Outside of public service, Chair Powell has worked as a lawyer, an investment banker, and been a partner at the Carlyle Group. In addition to his service on corporate boards, he served on boards of charitable and educational institutions, including the Bendham Center for Finance at Princeton and the Nature Conservancy of Washington,
Bro, the
D.C.
premiums are
and
terrible
Maryland.
still. I'm glad. I'm
DC
watching, but that was a
native,
fucking
received
scam,
a BA
dude.
in politics from Princeton.
Again, even the
and a
reason
law
why
degree
you
from
dropped was
Georgetown
weird,
University,
but
where he was editor of
that's
the
it. If you didn't
Georgetown
grab
Law
these
Journal.
first candles, you're not
Please
making money
welcome
off of
to
it,
the
dude.
Economic Club of Chicago again, Chair Jerome Powell.
Okay, now Powell, we already got the statements. Again, what he is going to say, this is what you just reacted to. I don't think it was that bad. I think this is an overreaction or more so a tantrum, but at the end of the day, if he adds towards the inflation expectation things, that could turn negative.
Afternoon.
But that's the only thing that sounded bad. Otherwise, I think
Great to
people
be back in Chicago.
really thought they would get a rate cut.
And thanks for that kind introduction, Austin.
It's
I'm
a bull
looking
and a
forward to
bear
our
trap. They're
conversation,
scamming
my
premiums
conversation
both
with,
sides, you guys.
Professor Rajan.
You're not winning on any
But first
side
I'll
unless you're
briefly discuss
capturing the
outlook for
first
economy and
move.
monetary policy.
So if you're playing for that, you'll be
So,
fine.
at
But
the Fed, we are
this
always
isn't. They're
focused
not. You're
on
not.
the
You don't have enough
mandate
momentum
goals
to do
that
anything
Congress
but
has given
scalp.
us.
And even
Maximum
then, the
employment
premiums are
and
pretty
stable
hard.
prices. Despite heightened uncertainty and downside risks, the U.S. economy is still in a solid position. The labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but is still running a bit above our 2% objective. Turning briefly to the incoming data, we'll get the initial reading on first quarter GDP in a couple of weeks. The data we have in hand so far suggests that growth has slowed in the first quarter of this year from last year's solid pace. Despite strong motor vehicle sales, overall consumer spending appears to have grown modestly. In addition, strong imports during the first quarter, reflecting attempts by businesses to get ahead of potential tariffs, are expected to weigh on GDP growth. Surveys of households and businesses report a sharp decline in sentiment and elevated uncertainty about the outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. Outside forecasts for the full year are coming down, and for the most part, point to continued slowing, but still positive growth. We are closely tracking incoming data as households and businesses continue to digest these developments. In the labor market, during the first 3 months of this year, non-farm payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. While job growth has slowed relative to last year, The combination of low layoffs and lower labor force growth has kept the unemployment rate in a low and stable range. Meanwhile, the ratio of job openings to unemployed job seekers has remained just above 1, near its pre-pandemic level. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, the labor market appears to be in solid condition and broadly in balance, and is not a significant source of inflationary pressure. As for our price stability mandate, inflation has significantly eased from its pandemic highs of mid-2022 without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has frequently accompanied efforts to bring down high inflation. Progress on inflation continues at a gradual pace, and recent readings remain above our 2% objective. Estimates based on the most recent data from last week show that total headline PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core prices rose 2.6%. Looking ahead, looking forward, the new administration is in the process of implementing.
I have an idea. I'm not muted. I'm just waiting. Like I said, I think it's a little bit of an overreaction. Wait till we get to the Q&A. So the market's reacting here. I'm actually looking for a premium sell. That's what I'm waiting for.
And their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As we learn more, we will continue to update our assessment. The level of tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated, and the same is
that's not good.
Of the economic
because remember,
effects,
Powell, he did speak afterwards, but now he's reiterating the bomb. It's bad.
Both
big data
and market-based measures of near-term inflation expectations have moved up significantly.
Okay, that's consumer
with
sentiment.
Participants pointing to tariffs. Survey measures of longer-term inflation expectations, for the most part, appear to remain well anchored as well. Market-based break-evens continue to run close to 2%. So, as we gain a better understanding of the policy changes, we'll have a better sense of the implications for the economy and hence for monetary policy. Tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation.
Okay, you already know that.
Inflationary effects could
nah, bro, you're
be more
dumping.
persistent.
I think him doubling down on consumer sentiment is not good.
On how long
then he is just telling you what you already know. It just doesn't sound good coming from Powell.
Longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
Okay, the VIXs are back up.
Is to keep longer-term
but
inflation
barely.
expectations well anchored, and to make certain that a one-time increase in the price level does not become
you guys, the VIX
an
isn't
ongoing
running off of
inflation
this.
problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates.
No, this is really weird, bro. Even the
without
bonds
price
are barely
stability,
fucking moving.
We cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. As that great Chicagoan Ferris Bueller once noted, life moves pretty fast. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait for greater clarity before
That's what the
considering
market
any
didn't
adjustments
like.
to our policy stance. We continue to analyze the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We understand that elevated levels of unemployment
That was the
or
part I
inflation
think people didn't like
can be
hearing.
damaging and painful
But then
for
him
communities,
acknowledging everything
families,
else
and
didn't sound
businesses.
good.
We will continue to do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion.
Okay, so pre-written already done, but that was really weird. I think that slash premiums, but it's not like, yeah, man, I don't know. That wasn't like that aggressive.
Thank you very much, Chair
That was really
Powell,
weird, actually.
for those remarks. I look forward to your elaborating on them in the course of the next 40 minutes or so. I understand last time you were here, Melody Hobson interviewed you. Well, I'm a poor substitute, but I'll try and compensate in the quality of the questions. As you repeatedly emphasize, communication and transparency are very important for the Fed. I would like to get more from you on some of what you just said. as a former central banker, the only sort of caution I've been given by the Economic Club is to not lapse into central bank speak. So I'll try my best not to do that. Let me start by saying you've guided the Fed through some really difficult events, including the pandemic, the dash for cash in March 2020, the great inflation, the banking crisis centered around Silicon Valley Bank, and then over the course of the last year, we've seen a growing possibility of a Fed-engineered soft landing. And now, it seems like everything has changed. In the course of a couple of months, JP Morgan has shifted to estimating the probability of a recession this year at around 60%. What do you think about all this?
Well, first of all, thank you for being here today. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Actually, the appearance I did here was my very first appearance as chair 7.5 years ago, so it's great to be back. And I would agree with you that it's been an eventful 7 years. Putting it mildly, I keep waiting for the 3 months of calm, that never comes. But to your question, I guess to set the stage, let's look back at 2024. 2024 was a year where the economy grew 2.4%. Unemployment remained in the low 4s, close to mainstream estimates of maximum employment, and inflation came down and was running at the end of the year around 2.5%. That's the economy that we had, and I won't decide how to characterize that, but that's where things were. Where we are now, again to your question, is the administration is, as I mentioned in my remarks, is implementing significant policy changes, and particularly trade now is the focus. And the effects of that are likely to move us away from our goals. So unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows. In all likelihood,
you're down 3% now.
Go up as tariffs
Again, premiums are there. You got to make. I already have my UVXY. They're just not going up as much. Now they are. So on this level, now the VIX is catching a bit again. But I'm telling you, VIXs were up 100% in the morning. Now they're up only 20%. The only thing that moved is those daily in the monies. That's it. Even everything is oddly, the reaction on equities is way bigger than anything right now.
Let's talk a little more about tariffs. I mean, you recognize that some of the effects of the tariffs will be one-off, transitory, but you also have said that perhaps they will give room for a number of firms to raise prices. You mentioned dryers. When washing machine prices went up because of tariffs, dryer prices also went up in tandem, even though they weren't tariffed. What's your sense about the effects of tariffs on inflation? What would make them more persistent, and what would make them have effects on growth?
So, in a kind of a simple starting point is one tariff comes in that gets passed along in prices and raises inflation, but it's just a one-time thing. So the price level goes up, and that's it. But that can happen in some circumstances, but it depends on a number of things which we don't know yet. And I would point to a couple of them, or 3 of them actually. One is just the size of the effects. And as I mentioned, the tariffs are larger than forecasters had expected, certainly larger than we expected, even in our upside case. We looked at a range of cases. So that's one. The second one is how long does it take for the tariffs to have their effects on inflation?
Yeah,
this
isn't.
Longer and longer.
I'm telling you right now.
That raises the risks that the public will begin to experience higher inflation. They'll come to expect.
So look, hear me out. I'm gonna mute Powell for a little bit just so I could explain this, bro. Trump weighs barring access to DeepSeek. I still think what he said is not that important. However, I think this is all about tariffs. I think the market is hearing tariff, inflation, and now I think you're back to tantrum mode. That's it. I think this is kind of tantrumy, and the market does not like hearing Powell agree with everything it was worried about. But he has generally not said anything new. He is just talking about this topic way more, and so far, first couple minutes, it's all about tariff, inflation, tariff, our goals are different, tariff. So keep that in mind. It doesn't matter what you think, but after this drop, tantrum mode is kind of back in play.
Would the Fed's response be different than if it was primarily something which affected just prices?
So I actually had dinner at the Chicago Fed last night, and with a number of directors of various parts of the Chicago Fed, and many of them are CEOs of significant companies, and they this uncertainty that they're feeling and the issue with imported components to their products is just a huge issue. But with if you look back at the pandemic, if you remember, there was a shortage of semiconductors, and that led to a shortage of cars at a time of extremely high car demand. And it was a prolonged shortage because production couldn't keep up. And that led to an extended period, one of the things that led to an extended period of inflation. So when you think about supply disruptions,
he said our role is to make sure it's only a one-time increase.
Time to resolve.
Interesting.
What would have been
weird.
A one-time inflation shock.
Because he's putting himself, why do you mean it's your job? It would have done that naturally, but now Powell's putting himself in the battle.
Their supply chains are likely seem to be.
So yeah, all bets are off, you guys.
Disrupted significantly.
If you want to take it, just take it if you would like. Otherwise, I think this is weird. I don't like the content of it. That's it. This whole talk is about inflation and tariffs. Even if the market hears something good, it's not. There's no way it's going to hear it good. Does that make sense? So I think we are kind of a little tantrumy unless we get back above here. Then we'll cool off. But nothing else is moving. It's just the equity move is very, very large.
You talked about the labor markets being in reasonable equilibrium right now. Of course, what we've seen over the last few months, months of the previous administration continuing into this administration, is immigration.
I agree. I think he just confirmed stagflation and what everybody was worried about.
How that will affect
He's not saying the Fed's unable to. He's saying the Fed is unwilling.
Part of why growth was so strong in the last couple of years was just very high levels of immigration, and those people went to work.
Okay, yo, bro, fuck this.
Hired them.
What am I saying? UVXY.
We were
fuck
still
them.
working off the labor shortage.
Nah,
what's happened?
The VIX is still lagging. I have them. These plays were up double when we were up 5 more points. The VIX isn't moving.
And therefore, the growth of workers has really stopped.
Oh, fuck them. If I'm going to play any play, I'm going to try that one.
Demand has also fallen. And so demand for workers, so payroll job creation has also fallen, and they've kind of fallen in tandem, which is why the unemployment rate has been pretty stable for about a year. So in a way, demand and coincidentally perhaps to some extent, demand and supply for workers has fallen. In terms of
I didn't buy it yet.
Right now, we're still at full employment.
So now you're bouncing. You got the deep seek stuff. I'm looking.
Participation is still strong.
Nah, the further out the money VIX is, those are going to be the ones. Because the SPY puts are scams. But if they're going to lag the VIX, I'm going to go for them. Fuck that.
Longer term, the effects of immigration are not thought to matter much for inflation. The effects on demand and supply will more or less cancel each other out. So we wouldn't expect there to be a big impact on inflation.
You've
that sounded good.
Seen in recent weeks substantial talk about layoffs in government, as well as freezes in research establishments and universities in jobs. How soon and how big will this be in its impact on labor markets?
So it's too soon to say, but what I can say is, of course, the people being laid off in government, this is highly significant to them. We don't know how big that's going to be. Right now, it's not big enough to affect a workforce of 170 million people materially. In terms of the cutbacks in funding and for science and things like that, we do see in areas, particularly in cities that have a lot of universities and research hospitals and research.
Again, you got deep seek news right now at the same time.
Layoffs and significant impacts on unemployment. I don't know how much that will total up to. And of course, in addition, cutting back on scientific research may have implications for economic growth, for productivity.
Yeah, TLT with the bottom, that little bottom and pop.
Very difficult to estimate.
Now TLT's above the bond auction.
Now,
I didn't grab that VIX yet. I'm watching though. See how high this goes. But if we do a random BS dump, again, VIX is the only thing lagging. SPY puts are trappy.
As potentially higher inflation.
I haven't traded anything on this, you guys.
Of course,
that's what I'm saying. I've just been chilling. Fuck this.
Each one requires could be different. You talked a little bit at the podium about how the Fed would see these two and how it would address it. Just giving you a chance again to elaborate on that.
Right. So most of the time, when the economy is weak, inflation is low, and unemployment is high, and both of those call for lower interest rates to support activity, and vice versa. So most of the time, the two goals are not in tension, and they're not really in tension now. The labor market is still strong, but the shock that we're experiencing, the impulses we're feeling, are for higher unemployment and higher inflation, and our tool only does one of those two things at the same time. So it's a difficult place for central banks, to be in terms of what to do. And so the best we can do is we actually have a little provision in our consensus statement, which is the thing that we vote on to embody how we approach these questions. What we say is we will look at how far the economy is from each of those two goals, and then we'll ask, might there be different paces at which they would approach those goals? We'll look at those things and think about them, and we'll make what will no doubt be a very difficult judgment. Again, we're not experiencing that now, but we could well be in that situation, as I mentioned in my remarks.
Just want to pick up on a word that is often used today, uncertainty. As a respondent to a Dallas Fed survey said, I've never felt more uncertainty about my business in my entire 40-plus years career. The worry today is not just about immediate policy uncertainty, but an entire change in the US's economic philosophy. Not just policy uncertainty, so to speak, but structural uncertainty. One of the effects, as you've pointed out, of higher levels of uncertainty is that firms postpone investment. For instance, even after the tariffs stabilize, firms that contemplate reshoring production facilities will hesitate, not knowing if the tariffs will be reversed in the future, maybe by the next administration. How do you take such longer-term uncertainty into account in your policies?
Let me just agree that what comes back very strongly, and everyone will understand this. These are very fundamental changes in, long held in some cases, policies in the United States, and there's not any real experience. I mean, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs were actually not this large, and they were 95 years ago, so there isn't a modern experience of how to think about this. And businesses and households are saying in surveys that they are experiencing incredibly high uncertainty. There's a lot of research, some of it from the Fed, showing that does lead to businesses and households stepping back from decisions.
Okay, you hit a new low off that again. Bond's still up. UVXY still lagging.
And you hope that's
it.
That
you either decide, because if you get a bounce, you're going to get wrecked. If you go for the downside, the UVXYs are still cheap. That's it. They're plays out of the money short term that are not up. It's actually insane. It says it's up, but go look at it. You'll see. There's plays at the same price as this morning. That's it. Your only risk is if we bounce up, but all of the content just sounds bearish.
That would weigh on.
Okay, now they're widening them again.
Just in general, if the United States were to become a jurisdiction where risks are just structurally higher going forward, that would make us less attractive as a jurisdiction.
Yeah, bro, you just broke 5,300. Now we're back to these levels again.
Well, let me turn to financial
again,
markets.
You're back here, 52.67, and then 52.04, 52.30.
Stock market volatility. I mean, the levels of the VIX are up.
All right, VIX is gone.
To the levels
that's it. It went up 50% right there.
Pandemic coming
Fuck.
off somewhat now.
I should have added. That's it. I called it out for you guys. That's it. They heard me.
Stock market plummets.
That play now is finally moving up. The VIXs, they're jacking them up. That leg right there was the confirmation. So you were able to get cheap plays up until right there. Now the last one's gone.
So what I think is going on in markets is markets are processing what's going on. And, it's really the policies, particularly the trade policy. And really the question is, where's that going to come
I already had some. Dude, I was about to buy a shit ton of them. Because I'm like, well, fuck them. If they're going to lag it, then let's take it. But if it bounces, you're going to lose everything. I don't like the options today. I mean, that's why I haven't really traded that much. But that was it. Like I was saying, I'm looking at it. I'm like, that makes no sense. They let the other ones move, and then you just made a 6-point move, and then the VIX is knocking at the door of 40, and you're telling me those contracts are only going for 20 cents? Now they're going for 65. That's what I was telling you. That's what I was trying to yell at you guys. I'm like, that makes no fucking sense.
So
now it's at 65 for those same 20-cent contracts 5 minutes ago.
At a time when usually there's a
They're going for 20 to 30.
We saw
now it's going
yields
55
on the
to
German
60.
bond and the Japanese
Scammers.
government bond come down, but we saw yields on U.S. Treasuries go up. What do you attribute this to?
So I would just say the same thing. I think it's very hard to know in real time. I've had a lot of experience with significant moves, for example, in the bond market, where there's a narrative that people land on, and then 2 months later you look back and go, that was completely wrong. So I think it's very premature to say exactly what's going on. Clearly, there's some delevering going on among hedge funds in levered trades and things like that. It's also, again, it's the markets processing historically unique developments, and with great uncertainty, and I think you'll probably see continued volatility. But I wouldn't try to be definitive about exactly what's causing that. I would just say markets are orderly and they're functioning kind of as you would expect them to in this time of high uncertainty.
So the Fed, in its last meeting, slowed the pace of shrinking of its balance sheet.
No!
Was this driven by uncertainty about how much reserves and liquidity the market needed, and you wanted to take a little more time to find that out? And flip side, you said the market was orderly. What if market disruptions emerge? Would the Fed intervene?
So we think that reserves are still abundant. So we don't think we're close to the point, particularly close to the point where we would stop. But we were facing a situation in which, for other reasons, there were going to be big flows into and out of reserves as it had to do with the debt ceiling and the Treasury General account.
Yeah, bro. It's all a scam, dude.
That'll make sense.
I think this is a tantrum part 3.
While those big flows are happening,
because even that little I have an idea. Watch.
We would actually be shielded from being able to see evidence that we were or were not getting close to the level of less abundant reserves. And so we decided to slow the pace. We thought about pausing, and instead we debated it. It's one of these great debates that we have at the FOMC. We decided to slow the pace instead. And people really came to see the merits of that because, the slower we go, the less...
Yeah, look, that's all fake, bro. All this is nonsense. TLT's ripping.
Disruptions. And we want that process to continue, and now it's at quite a slow pace. So we think that's a really good thing. So that means it can go on for a longer amount of time, and we'll be able to reach kind of very carefully what we think is the right level of reserves. Still plenty of reserves.
What about the international dollar-based system? With all these disruptions, do you stand ready to supply dollars?
Okay, are you ready? There's only one play I like. They're scamming the fuck out of the VIX. I'll give you another call out if they lag it again, but there's only one play worthy.
Dollar swap lines.
Are you ready for this?
5 large central banks, and they go to.
It's not TLT, but those are moving actually. I might even sell
overseas
some.
Dollar funding markets, and in fact, those are overseas markets where, for example, a European or Asian institution is buying an asset-backed security that is backed by loans to American consumers. So in effect, these are
but it's funny though that the market's buying the bonds.
And we support that. We want to make sure that dollars are available. They need dollar funding to hold those dollar assets. So the way it works is, when needed, we lend to the central bank in dollars, and they pay us back in dollars. They then pay in their currency. They lend on in dollars, and so we take no credit risk or anything like that. And it supports dollar funding markets. Dollar funding markets are very sensitive during times of crisis, and it's very helpful.
Yeah, look at the bonds.
And the reason we do it is it's really good for U.S. consumers.
That one's the interesting part, because based on the content of what he's saying, that's what I'm telling you. Like, he's saying no rate cuts. You could interpret it as like an inability to, I think it's willingness, but now even though he's saying we can't, the bonds are saying no, you can. It's very funny.
Sovereign debt continues to rise.
But I think this is all a scam, dude. Like, actually, I think this market reaction is way bigger. That's why I'd either go with the lagging VIX, but I think you missed that opportunity, or you just grab one penny plays and that's it, for like 10, 20 bucks and call it a day. The VIXs are up now, though, but that took a while.
U.S. federal debt is on an unsustainable path. It's not at an unsustainable level, and no one really knows how much further we can go. Other countries over time have gone much farther, but we're now, we're running very large deficits at full employment. And this is a situation that we very much need to address.
Yeah, Trump and Japan will be the next big thing.
Later. In terms of, if I can save from my time working on these issues, it's not the Fed's issue, but if you look at a pie chart of federal spending, the biggest parts and the parts that are growing are Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and now interest payments. And so that's really where the work has to be done. And those are issues that can only be touched on a bipartisan basis. Neither party can figure out what to do without both parties being at the table. So that's critical. All of this domestic discretionary spending, which is essentially where 100% of the conversation
I didn't see the play, no.
Is small.
It's on the stream alerts. Just look for 1 cent. You're too late for any puts, and then I think it's really scammy. So I would just go on mad, low risk, low reward, or high reward, 1 penny dailies, that's it. Other than that, this is, I think, a tantrum. Again, the way the market's taking this is kind of funny. You already knew all of this, but there's no way you could have this conversation sounding good. This reminds me of that one I thought would happen a couple months ago.
Let's turn to stability.
But that's why I think the movement is way bigger than anything. But now the bonds are playing along. That got weird.
We still have some concerns about distressed commercial real estate loans on bank balance sheets, whether they've been fully dealt with so far. There's some sense that they haven't. Add to that the very rapid.
Well, if that Trump Japan thing is good, but this is weird. I'm just saying, equities, now the bonds playing along helps it out a little bit, but nothing else really moved on that in the same fashion.
Financial institutions at this point and their ability to weather potentially uncertain times.
So I think our banking system is well capitalized with liquidity and is quite resilient right now to the kinds of shocks that it may face. I do believe that. In terms of the commercial real estate, there are, and this has been the case, really we've been working on this for 4 or 5 years now. There are some banks, it's mostly medium and small sized banks who have elevated concentrations of commercial real estate, some of it troubled, and we've been working to make sure that those banks have a plan, have capital, and can absorb the losses that they're doing. So, and that's been going on for some time. The very largest banks don't tend to have high concentrations, so this is a problem that we have known would take years to work through, but we're really well into the process of working through it. In terms of the non-bank financial sector, it's grown enormously. The provision of credit by non-banks has grown just really fast. Most of it has been funded, though, with a private equity-like structure where it's limited partners who are signed up for 10 years to a general partner to invest that money. They're not depositors who can run. Your money's committed. And so that funding model is kind of run-proof. That isn't some law of nature, though. So when you do start to see shorter-term funding creeping in, to your point, though, Raghu, this very fast-growing and now quite large private credit part of the economy has not really been through a significant credit event or significant. It's really grown since the pandemic. And so just for that reason and for how fast it's growing, we have a close eye on it.
To buy windsurf?
Kind of prudential regulation, though, that the banking system has. So we're watching it carefully. And as I mentioned, it's a more stable funding source to the extent its institutional investors signed up for a long period. But we're watching carefully.
Right. Wearing my banking research hat, actually banks are also involved in funding these institutions in a big way. Yeah. We do know the administration wants to relax regulations in many areas, one of which may well be banking. What can you tell us about the Basel III endgame, so to speak? Which
these questions don't matter as much.
Focused on additional
Again, those first questions all on tariffs, inflation,
in my view,
tools. That's what caused all of this. I don't think it's all new, but It just doesn't sound good when Powell confirms inflation, tariff, and then even though he said no cuts, the bond market said, yeah, he's going to cut.
I think the bank's view as well is we should complete that. You need international minimum standards. That's kind of a common good, and we're not bound by them. Really, nothing. The United States has plenty of input into what those accords contain. So. Our view is strongly that we should complete those, and we could do it, I think, relatively quickly. We're not so very far away from what would be a good, I think, outcome.
Well, let me move to something which is more about technological change and new kinds of instruments, cryptocurrencies. How do you see the potential for more favorable regulations coming on them, and potential risks from that for the system?
So we went through a wave of failures and fraud and things like that were the headlines for a couple of years. And I think what you see now is, and during that period, by the way, we worked with Congress to try to get a legal framework for stable coins, which would have been a nice place to start. We were not successful. I think that the climate is changing, and you're moving into sort of more mainstreaming of that whole sector. So Congress is again looking at both the Senate and the House are looking at a legal framework for stable coins. Depending on what's in it, that's a good idea. We need that. There isn't one now. And stable coins are a digital product that could actually have fairly wide appeal and should contain consumer protections of the typical sorts and transparency. And that's what the Senate and the House are working on. So that's a positive thing. I also think some of the, we took a pretty conservative, and other bank regulators took an even more conservative perspective on the guidance and rules we imposed on banks. I think there'll be some loosening of that, and I think we'll try to do it in a way that preserves safety and soundness, but that permits and fosters appropriate innovation, but that does so in a way that again doesn't put consumers at risk in ways they don't understand or make banks less safe and sound.
You have a policy review underway. Now, surveys recently tell us there seems to be a distinction between a rise in the level of prices, which is what the public seems to worry a lot about, and the rate of increase in prices, which certainly they worry about in passing, but the Fed worries much more about. That is the rate of inflation. So even though we're coming down to 2%, people remember that over the last few years, it's been over 20% increase in prices. So as you start thinking about the policy review, is there any thought about how you might want to address this sort of challenge, that it's the path of prices as much as the rate of change which matters?
First of all, I think you're right, and I think the public is right. When we say inflation is back down to 2%, 2.5%, and we think that's a good thing, it is a good thing. But if you're paying 20% more than you were paying in 2021, that doesn't help you much. You're still paying a lot more than you used to be paying for the necessities of life. So it's just another way of saying people hate inflation, and it's easy to understand why. All we can really control is a world in which, in the world we're living in, prices don't go down in the aggregate except in extreme times that we don't want to court. So I don't think we couldn't have a framework where we're going to bring prices down by 10% or something. That's not something we'll be looking at. We're essentially looking at the best way to foster 2% inflation over time. And the things we did back in the changes we made in 2020 were really.
No, I'm not on mute. I'm just listening. I'm looking at prices.
Zero. Now we're well.
I still think
zero,
it's a scam.
And
I'm not.
It may be, we still need to have.
That's why I'm trying to see if there's opportunity, but
perhaps the main case.
I think it's a tantrum.
one.
That's
where you're
all. I
dealing
just
with
think the
effective
tantrum
lower
is
bound, and that
still
would be
in
a
the
framework
market.
that looks a lot
That's
more
all,
like
because
the
a lot
one
of this doesn't
that we
make
had
sense.
before 2020.
Even then, some of you are like, oh,
one
this
of the
makes sense.
tools
It
you
might.
brought
That's
in
like
to
the whole
deal with
point,
the zero lower
is that
bound
you're
was
getting the
quantitative
same
easing.
stimulus, but then you're
But
just
you've also
reacting
used
randomly.
quantitative easing
You get what I'm saying?
fix
Like even the bond reaction was
financial
50. It went
markets.
down and then up.
Are
That
you
doesn't
gonna
make
be more
sense.
specific about
This,
what
all
your
right, you
objective
got
is
what you
with
didn't want to hear. You
quantitative
dropped.
easing,
The
as you
safe
proceed?
havens already let it. None of them moved on it.
In the
The
beginning,
VIX
it's
lagged,
almost-
and then it
it's
played
typically
along,
we're
and
using
then
it for
now
financial market
it's like, wait,
function.
well, wait a
That was the
minute. What
case
about
with
rate
the,
cut odds? What about why did the short
global
end move
financial crisis
first?
and with the
And this is what I was telling you guys.
pandemic.
When
And we did
when you
we-
get
we did
things
try
that
to
don't
explain
really,
ourselves
just
through the
picking and
pandemic,
choosing what to
and
react
our
to,
explanations did change,
that's
but I think
usually a
it's fair
sign
to
of
say we might have
tantrum
done a
mode.
better job of being clear about why we were doing, and that's something that we're aware of and looking at.
It does sound pessimistic, but I think that's
I
just the
know,
nature of the
discussion
conversation.
is complete without talking about AI.
Just the whole first part was
with
about
AI
tariffs and
coming fast
inflation.
furious,
Powell,
it could
remember,
affect,
Powell came on after the tariffs.
productivity. It could affect employment.
That's why I
There
think
are
it's
some
funny.
people who say we will see for the first time technological unemployment in a serious way with AI. What are your thoughts about it, and how will it impact the Fed going forward?
So like everyone who's been exposed to what it's capable of, it's beyond, I mean, I started thinking about it as like a better version of Google, but it's not. It's like a better version of a person, you know? I mean, it can do amazing things, and so the question is, all through the 250 years of technological innovation, technology evolves and people worry that it's going to replace human labor and people will be unemployed, and that hasn't been the case. It may be the case in the short run.
I mean, he did throw inflation expectations a bone, but that's weird too.
So is this going to be the case where it eliminates more jobs than it creates? And we just don't know. I mean, you come back in 20 years, will it be the case that just people are much more productive in their work because of AI? Or will it be the case that AI has just replaced a lot of people? And I think it's very hard to say, but it truly is remarkable in what it's capable of. And it's, you know, we had a demonstration by a Wharton professor recently, and you speak to it like it's a person, and it kind of responds like a person, and the things that it can do are really amazing. By the way, this is early days. You know, they're talking about even the next couple of years will bring more dramatic breakthroughs. So I think it's one of the 2 or 3 things most likely to bring dramatic change to the economy all around the world in the next 20 years. And I'd say very hard to say how it shakes out.
Let me turn to your job. An important man once said of your job, it's the greatest job in government. You show up to office once a month and you say, let's see, flip a coin. And then everybody talks about you like you're a god. What is it that you normally do every day in the office?
Nah, fuck that. This God is hella political. Fuck that.
Is
Praise
it
the Lord.
fulfilling and, dare I say, enjoyable?
The Lord ain't
Do you
answer
really
my
feel like
prayers
a
right
boss?
ahead of an election and then stop. I'm confused.
So I would agree. I think it's the best job in government. I would agree. I really do enjoy it. Yes, I love the job. It's a great honor to serve. It's quite humbling because everybody makes mistakes. It's just the economy is just not very predictable. All of that is true, and I do what everybody expects me to do. I read. We do a little more reading though as part of our daily. My colleagues and I do part of our daily regime than a typical executive would do. In terms of being a god, I would say that we are blessed with a large number of amply compensated critics who would kind of tend to undercut that. So we don't feel like a god.
So let me go to the more mundane. In that office, what are the key indicators you look for? What are the sources of data that you go to as you try and make up?
Yeah, bro.
So
honestly, you either decide what's happening tomorrow, or you only go with cheap plays to the downside now. The VIX is still up. They're scamming hard now. I gave you guys a window, but look, because someone's like, why the fuck wouldn't you just go near the money? Because
you
look,
can break all of those down.
Bro, you try to buy any of these lows,
so
you buy the peak, they drop it, and now you're down $170.
So then we look at
that's what I'm saying. I just spent $10 on these cheap ass puts. You really want to flush us below the level? Take it. Otherwise, and I'm not willing to play a future or anything because I don't believe he said anything.
Financial markets.
That's the part about this. I genuinely believe that the market just heard what it always heard, but yeah, they're like, oh my God, he said what we thought. Tariffs cause inflation. But again, he said that afterwards. We've already heard from Powell.
And as an investor, and for a significant part of my career, and I have
that's why I'd rather just play small, but I think it's already being weird, but I think there's more of a bias to protect yourself and try to make on this one. For me, at least, I'm not in it. I have UVXY. I'm still in those, so I guess I do have a play, and they're up 80%. But I'm just not like, yeah, that was weird, dude.
People last night and getting a sense of what was going on in the Midwest. Let me turn to Fed independence. You've reiterated that you intend to
Powell
stay
never
in office
disappoint
until the end of your term, and that certainly reassured many in financial markets. What are the levers the government or the legislature have to pressure the Fed? And should one worry about threats to the Fed's independence once you're gone?
So our independence is a matter of law. Congress has, in our statute, we're not removable except for cause. We serve very long terms, seemingly endless terms. So we're protected in the law.
That's funny because he's leaving
Congress
in February.
Could change that law, but I don't think there's any danger of that. Fed independence has pretty broad support across both political parties and in both sides of the Hill. So I think that's not a problem. There's a Supreme Court case people will have read probably in today's journal that
he did. I think it's weird he pivoted on the whole inflation expectation thing. Other than that, I mean, this isn't.
Authorizing laws
I think the spy reaction is more surprising than everything he has said.
Members of a commission.
Right, he has been funny today with little one-liners.
That's a case that people are talking
Ferris
about.
Bueller.
I don't think that decision will.
Better humans.
I don't know. It's a situation.
Endless terms. I'm not a god. This guy's fucking funny today.
Fed independence is very widely understood and supported in Washington, in Congress, where it really matters. And the point is, we can make our decisions, and we will only make our decisions based on our best thinking, based on our best analysis of the data about what is the way to achieve our dual mandate goals as we can to best serve the American people. That's the only thing we're ever going to do. We're never going to be influenced by any political pressure. People can say whatever they want. That's fine. That's not a problem. But we will do what we do strictly without consideration of political or any other extraneous factors.
That's what you guys clap on? Bro, I honestly think he's pandering to his audience right now. Because this is a weird-ass audience. And that's why they probably started the first 10 minutes talking about inflation, tariff, inflation, tariff.
But I'm not sure that...
Because that was what they clapped on. If you're not listening, that was a very... yeah, fuck you, Trump. We're independent. We'll do what we're doing. Yeah, they love that.
What is it that you like to do most at home after an exhausting day flipping coins in the office?
Flipping coins? He flip-flops his whole outlook on the economy. What do you mean flip a coin?
Kids and my grandkids, and I go to the gym a lot too, just to stay in shape.
We need you healthy. We need you
healthy.
Go to the
gym now?
Thank you very much, Chair Powell.
Thank you.
And please join me.
Wow.
On behalf of the Economic Club of Chicago, thank you, Chair Powell and Dr. Rajan, for such a wonderful conversation.
So that guy who was like talking shit to me in the chat today,
I hope all of us can
this is how I read your comment in her voice. This is how you sound like every time you try to come at me.
Sharing your important insights
I hope you know that. That's why I laugh
thank David
all the
Snyder
time,
and
because I
Katie
can't not
Esposito
shake
and the
it,
entire
and that's how it comes
PCC
out in my
team
head.
for pulling this together.
You're like, no, it's not, Josh. I promise you haven't. So, yeah, I think it's going to, bro, that was a scam. Someone said it's implied volatility. Maybe that's it. I don't know what I'm talking about. I probably, but for those of you who want to be dumb like me, hear me out. I'm saying that what caused the move, that wasn't anything. There was not, I genuinely believe there was not enough info to actually cause something dramatic. Now, granted, oh, wait, no, hold on. Yeah, they're little scammers, bro. I'm going to sell my UVXY while they're still up because they're going to drop those. Yeah, I'm selling out. That was part of the straddle, so I lost all my calls. You get like 60%, 70% on the VIX. That worked, though. You doubled up if you were listening. But yeah, what I'm telling you is none of that content was new. Do you guys remember that watch list where I told you where Powell is going to come in and there's no way it's going to sound positive? And I was like, even if he wants to be positive, there's no way you could talk about this stuff without it sounding negative. Yeah, that's what you got today. That's what that was. Are you following? Because he just said inflation, one-time increase, it's our job to keep it down, inflation, tariffs, he said, none of that sounded good. But then again, he has in the Fed, everybody's already addressed it. It's not like that's like a new development. That's where I'm saying that's kind of weird. But again, go place 10,000 people, hundreds of thousands of people in front of Powell and their stock screen and have him say that. I don't think it's going to sound good in this environment. That's what I was trying to tell you a couple months ago or a month ago, and then it flip-flopped. But that is there. And like I'm saying, maybe it was the audience, but generally the weird part about that, this is what I want you guys to see, is look. Yeah, bro. Look. None of this. All the things that move were like delayed and weird. So the yen barely moved. The bonds moved like half an hour later. Okay. Euro doesn't move at all. Oil kind of goes down, but it was already going down before. Again, go through the whole entire world. You'll see what I'm saying. Gold didn't fucking move off of that. What are you guys talking about? Gold moved afterwards on the final 10 minutes of that. Not even. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. You're proud to be a dickhead. You informed your members yesterday to buy silver miners? Nice. So do you tell your members that you spend money on Josh? You should tell them that. Good work, man. Good work. Good work. We got to ban you, though. That's it. So guys like that are the reason why you guys have to pay now. You know that? Because they just steal and sell it to people. And then they want you to know. That repackage, baby. Amen. Amen. No. They take what I do, but then they mix it in with their own thing so that they could feel like they're doing their own. You see what I'm saying? Because he knows I don't buy gold miners. So many people listen to you. I would roughly spitball like 10K people, something like that. Oh, no, now it's 9,000. But it's over, so that's it. And even then, I think that's a good note to kick everybody out. You guys ready? Let's go to Philo now. So, yeah, I'm going to kick you guys out now if you don't have a membership. Costs money to listen to Jesus. I know. It's because I'm not really a pastor. I know. So there you go. That's the other plot twist. So I love you. God bless you and God bless America. But yeah, I think by the end of this, I wouldn't really freak out too much, though. I think the move was way bigger than what actually happened. And yeah, we'll see. But other than that, though, I think by the end of the day, all you got to do is wait for the Japan thing. So if the Japan thing is important, you're going to either want a membership or you should hope that the person you will listen to will get it as fast. Or they're probably copying me too. But either way, you'll get it eventually. So I'll see you there. God bless America. Shout out to the veterans, baby. I don't know what time Japan is. That's why. So maybe we'll be back on. Maybe we won't. I just don't know. But that's it. That was already wild. So, but it's already late. It's already 11. So give me 30 minutes. I got a quick philo, and then we'll try to come back. Sound good? Sound good? All right. Beautiful. We'll get on over to the philo. We'll make sure it moves you. All right. We're good to go. Have a good one, and I hope I don't get an earthquake. That's what happened last time. All right, y'all. Have a good one, and don't overreact. Peace.